Gail's on the line. Hello, Gail.
Hello.
Hello, Gail. I gather you have a consumer problem regarding a mattress. Tell me everything without naming any company names, please.
Yes. We purchased the mattress in June 2017, and everything was absolutely fine for a good while. It was really comfortable.
Now, a couple of quickies. First of all, how much was the mattress?
It was 291 and...
Mattress, 291 quid?
Yes. I know that probably doesn't sound a lot because I hear you talking on your programme.
Well, listen, we all have different budgets. I completely understand that. And I completely understand that, you can only buy what you can afford. I completely get that. We all have to stick to that policy in life. But we also have to be realistic. And we have to recognise that if you're not paying very much money in the grand scheme of things for something, then obviously you're not going to be getting a very good quality product. So £291 for a king-size mattress is not going to buy you a very good quality mattress, to be honest with you.
No. But at first, it was really nice. It was really comfortable. But as time's gone on, it's become really, really hard to the point that I've had to buy a new mattress, and obviously that's less than 4 years old, and obviously we could have put the money elsewhere, but we've had to buy a new mattress because it became so hard and so uncomfortable that we just couldn't sleep on it.
Right. Was this your main bed then, the bed that you sleep on every night?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I mean, listen, we spend a third of our lives in bed, which, when you calculate the number of hours, is a long time. So my advice is always to everybody listening to this programme, always spend as much money as you can afford to on your bed and on your mattress. Because, as we all know, sleep is really important to your well-being, your health, your mental health. It's so important. A good night's sleep is so important in so many ways. So always spend as much as you possibly can afford to on a mattress. Is it two of you sleeping in the bed?
Yes, it is. Yes, but the mattress. My concern is that the mattress became so hard and uncomfortable that we were waking up and we were absolutely exhausted, and we were aching. And since we've got the new mattress, it's amazing. We're sleeping really well.
That's my point. That's my point. I mean, if you buy a really good quality mattress and a really good quality bed, then hopefully you'll have good night's sleep, and it makes such a difference to your life. What I need to work out, and forgive me thinking out loud as we're having this conversation, what I need to work out is whether 3.5, 4 years is a reasonable amount of life for an inexpensive memory foam mattress that is slept on every night by two people to last for.
Right, yes.
That's what I'm trying to work out. Now, what's interesting, and I'm not a lover of memory foam mattresses. I don't like them at all. I find them hot. Thankfully, I've only had to sleep in one a couple of times, but I find that they make you sweaty in the night. Don't like them at all. Other people I know love them. Now, obviously, with sprung mattresses, the common problem after a period of time is that the support actually goes and you end up sleeping in a dip in the mattress. This sounds as if it's quite the reverse. It suddenly became very hard.
Yes, it did. And not just hard, but extremely uncomfortable, where we'd wake up and literally you're aching. And it was really, it just wasn't very nice. We weren't sleeping well at all.
And why do you think it was going hard?
I have no idea. There was a slight... The company asked for photos, and we've sent them a lot of photos. And there was... We did have some photos with a spirit level, and there was a slight dip in the mattress.
Well, that would be expected after 4 years of sleeping on a mattress anyway, but it doesn't. Okay. It doesn't kind of tie in with what you're complaining about, because you would expect the dip to be forming and for the support that the mattress offers to be decreasing rather than becoming harder and harder and harder.
Yes, I know.
So I presume you've complained to the company that you bought it from. What have they said to you?
They said that there's no evidence and they will not be taking it. They're not prepared to do anything because there's not any evidence. But we did suggest that they take the mattress back so they could analyse it or so they could confirm that there is a problem. But because of the virus, they're saying that they can't at the moment. So it's in our shed at the moment.
The problem that you have, if you're a regular listener to my programme, you will have heard me banging on about the Consumer Rights Act many, many times.
Yes.
The Consumer Rights Act states that any product you buy must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, the last two things, the being of reasonable quality and lasting for a reasonable amount of time, they do depend on how much you've spent on the product in the first place. Yes. Now, I guess the problem that I have is that £291 for a mattress, that's buying you a cheap mattress. Now, a cheap mattress may well be fine to have in your spare room on a bed that hardly ever gets slept on. But if you're telling me that you and your husband both sleep in this mattress, on this mattress every single night, then obviously that mattress is getting quite a lot of use and wear and tear.
Yes.
And I just don't know whether the expectation that it should have lasted longer than just under 4 years, I don't know whether that's too great for this particular mattress.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just talking aloud. And how long did you think it was going to last?
Well, I didn't really know, but because I do listen to your programme, and I know that other people have experienced problems, which may have been because it was a more expensive mattress. That when I've listened to other people, I thought I just didn't think it was. I didn't know, if I'm honest with you, and I wasn't. In my eyes, it should have lasted longer than that.
Have they offered you anything at all? Did they offer you a contribution towards a replacement or anything?
Absolutely nothing, no. And I can't. Another real concern is I can't believe that we're the only people that this has happened to, and because there obviously is a problem with the mattress, and we were sleeping on it for a long while where we were uncomfortable.
And have you done a little bit of research online to see if other people are complaining about the same thing?
I haven't, no, I haven't.
I mean, look, what I'm more than happy to do, I'm more than happy to call the retailer for you and to explain the situation and to put the ball in their court and to say, why do you think, because it does sound odd that the mattress has become hard. Yeah. You would expect with 4 years use for the mattress to gradually lose more and more support until it gets to a point where it's not comfortable because it's not supporting you properly. But is this a solid block of memory foam or does it have springs in there as well?
I'm really sorry, I don't know. I think it's memory foam, I think.
Yes, but you can get memory foam as a solid block and you can get memory foam with springs in the middle as well. It sounds to me from the description as if it's a solid block of memory foam and as if something has gone a bit strange with the foam itself, and rather than the foam going soft and squishy, it's actually just becoming more and more hard and brittle, which obviously would be very uncomfortable. How much have you spent on your new mattress, the one that you say you're really comfortable in?
We've spent £318, and that was roughly a month ago, and it's amazing. It really is, and it's made such a difference to us.
And what kind of mattress is that? A sprung mattress or memory foam again?
It's a sprung mattress. To be honest, I've been a little bit put off memory foam after this one.
Each to their own. I mean, some people love it. I hate it. But some people absolutely love it, and they love those kind of, they love the mattresses where it's like lying on a lump of butter. I think it's a horrible sensation. I like a mattress to be all squishy and springy, personally, but then it's quite an individual thing. Look, being honest with you, I think this is a tough one, but I'm happy to call the retailer and ask them whether they feel that this mattress has lasted for a reasonable amount of time. And I will put to them how much life they believe this mattress should give a customer. If you're going to sleep on it every night, how much life should you expect to receive? Let me go and have a word. Let's just see what they have to say, and maybe we can try and organise something. If you've replaced the mattress, though, I mean, our options are a little bit limited, aren't they?
Yes. Well, I don't mind if they... Well, I'm not expecting a lot from them, if I'm honest, but anything you could do would be absolutely brilliant. Okay. But whether they give us a mattress for my daughter's room, whether they give us a refund, a part refund, anything would be absolutely brilliant.
Okay. Leave it with me. Let me go and have a word with them, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gail. And let me just reiterate that as well, just one last time. A mattress does get a lot of use. It gets far more use than pretty much any other furniture in your house. You know, you're spending a third of your life on it. Don't scrimp. Spend as much as you possibly can afford on the mattress. That way, not only are you giving yourself the best chance of getting a really good quality mattress that will last for a reasonable amount of time, and you should replace your mattress every 8 to 10 years. So you want, with a good quality mattress, you want it to be lasting for 8 to 10 years. If you spend the money, get something good quality, not only will you have that kind of longevity from it, but you will also, hopefully, have a really nice, comfortable sleep. And that's good for your health and your mental well-being. Now, Les came to me. Les was telling me he lives in a medium-sized bungalow. The bungalow is heated with gas central heating. A year ago, Les was telling me that he was paying £166 a month for electricity, which already is very high. But he's been asked to pay even more recently.
They've been taking ever-increasing amounts of money by direct debit, and they are now saying that I should be paying £2,154 per month. Now, I know the problem, the reason is that their meter is faulty.
Right.
I've had this confirmed by one of their engineers, but they just will not accept it and are coming up with all sorts of excuses.
Well, it's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it's absolutely obvious that there's something very wrong. There's no way in a house, particularly a house that is heated with gas, there's no way that somebody would have to pay hundreds and hundreds of pounds for electricity. And it should be ringing some very loud alarm bells if the homeowner is using that kind of electricity. Ridiculous. Well, I went to have a word with this company on Les's behalf. They're E.ON, and Les is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Les.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello. So, as you know, when I did contact E.ON, they said, we are aware of Les's concerns and we are working to resolve this matter. Our engineer has inspected the meter and confirmed that it is faulty. We will be contacting Les to arrange a convenient appointment for a replacement meter to be installed. All charges on the account are already paused while we work to fully resolve this matter. This is an unusual situation, which we're working to resolve as quickly as possible. Now, they went on to provide some further information. They said the direct debit has not been increased, and in fact they are going to switch off the direct debit for a temporary period of time. So they're not going to be taking money from you, which is good, because I think it's absolutely outrageous that they were ever proposing to take thousands of pounds out of your bank account every month. Ridiculous. They then went on to say, once the new meter has been fitted, we will monitor readings for a period of time until we're satisfied that it's working correctly. Les has been our customer for several years, so we have historical readings to compare the new meter against. Well, again, I mean, this is why I find this so exasperatingly frustrating, because if you've been a customer of theirs for years, the red flag should have been waved firmly in their office long before now. They should have realised that there was obviously a problem, and the fact that they were starting to tell you that you had to pay all this money in direct debit, I think is just absolutely outrageous. What's happened since we last spoke, Les? Have you heard any more from them?
Yes, I had a call from the company's customer service department. At long last, they've confirmed that their meter is faulty. They apologise for the way I've been treated and for upsetting me, which they did not mean to do, as they were only following procedure. However, the meter will be replaced and closely monitored until they have an accurate record of my electricity usage.
Good.
Then they will recalculate my bills going back.
Well, I would hope...
that was what I was going to report to you, because that's what's happened.
Yeah.
But I don't think the left hand knows what the right hand's doing, because just an hour ago I had an email from this company. May I read it to you?
Oh, well, I mean, yes, but I sense I don't want to hear what it says. Go on.
We wanted to let you know that we're busy working on the complaint you made to us about your energy account. We'll be in touch soon to let you know that it's fixed. Whilst we sort the complaint for you, we wanted to remind you that it's really important you keep making payments for the energy you are still using.
Right.
Etc.
Well, look, I am going to try and diffuse this embarrassing moment on behalf of E.ON for them.
Okay.
I would imagine the reason you have had that correspondence from them is because their automated computer system has generated that.
Yes.
I'm sure they do know what's going on with your account. It's just that letter is crossed in the post. So,
okay.
I'm being generous to them in the hope that that's the explanation behind it. I wouldn't worry too much about it.
No.
And as I mentioned to you before, I go way back with E.ON, as indeed, to be honest, I do with all of the electricity and gas providers. I've dealt with them for years regarding customer complaints. They know that I'm not going to go anywhere until this is sorted out.
Yeah.
So they will very much want to get it resolved as quickly as they possibly can. Okay. Now, regarding your kind of the amount of money that you've paid, I am hoping that you've built up quite a credit with them.
Yes.
Because the fact that you told me last year you were paying £166 a month.
Yes, that's right.
Unless you have been burning electricity day and night in your bungalow,
yes,
in a reckless way, unless you've got the tumble dryer going 24 hours a day, and all these kinds of things, then I would expect that you were already at that point overpaying on what you should have been paying, because that's just a ridiculous amount. My property is probably a similar size to yours, and I have gas central heating as well. For my gas and my electricity, I pay £92 a month.
Wow.
So
yes,
the fact you're paying £166 just for the electricity, I would hope that means you've built up a huge credit, and I would hope what it means is that when E.ON have looked at your account, what they end up saying to you is, we owe you a whole load of money back. You don't owe us any more money for some period of time.
Yes, okay. That's
obviously
good.
Well, I hope that's what's going to happen. That's what I suspect is going to happen, but we'll have to wait and see. Can you please keep me in the loop and let me know what happens?
They're going to fit the new meter on the 17th of May. And I asked if they could not do it quicker, but in fact they said they would not be charging me, which is what you said. They will not be charging me in the meantime. So.
No. Okay. Well, and quite right too, because it sounds to me as if you've probably already paid not only for your electricity for the next 5 years, but also for the electricity of all your neighbours as well.
Yes.
So at the moment, I'm suspecting E.ON owe you quite a lot of money, not the other way round. But there we go.
Yeah. Okay.
Les, keep me in the loop if you would, and I'll speak to you very soon.
Yes, thank you very much.
OK, thank you very much indeed. It's BBC Three Counties Radio for Beds, Herts and Bucks. Gareth, how are things looking on the roads?
There are 2 lanes closed and it's queuing on the M1 heading south at junction 11 for Dunstable South because of an accident. Congestion is going back to junction 11A for Luton North. A lorry is on fire on the A5 in Milton Keynes.
Here's Louise Parry.
The government says among a gang seemed armed with weapons. Northern Ireland Assembly. Due to breach of COVID-19.
Keeping track, talk my and I know that we are headed. It'll all turn so we can work time and met you.
That was in November of 2018. Couple of months dealing with your consumer problems until 12:30. Remember Duncan? Duncan purchased a floor cleaner for his mum. It was specifically designed for hard floors, and it cost about 160 quid. Well, that was in November of 2018. A couple of months later, his mum noticed there was a problem with it.
The cleaning solution stopped feeding down to the rollers, so it wouldn't clean the floor. Went back to the retailer, they're very good, and they swapped out and gave me a replacement machine. Just before Christmas 2020, my mum mentioned that the floor cleaner had stopped working again, similar problem to before. I went back and they told me to contact the manufacturer, and they were saying it's now outside of the warranty and they want £96 to repair it. They're saying that it's exceeded its average life. Well, what is the average life? And I've had two of them, and they've both failed under the 27 months that they're seeming to indicate is the average life.
Well, Duncan has complained to the retailer who he bought this product from, and they just kept saying, no, we're not prepared to do anything. It's lasted a reasonable amount of time. End of story. And unfortunately, they have reiterated that message when I went to have a word with them. Duncan's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Duncan.
Good morning, Jonathan.
The company concerned is Amazon.
Yes.
And to be honest with you, based on my experience with Amazon, this is not an uncommon response when it comes to addressing products that have been sold sometime before, not under a warranty or under Amazon's own policy, but under the Consumer Rights Act. Very often, in my experience, when we take cases to Amazon and argue under the Consumer Rights Act the product has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time, they simply come back and say, well, in our opinion, it has. And unfortunately, that's exactly what they've done. In your case, they have said the manufacturer's warranty has expired, and unfortunately on this occasion we will not be able to offer another refund, they say. So as you and I last discussed on the programme, that gives you a couple of options. Option number one is that you write this off to a bad experience, draw a line under it and move on. Option number two, and this all depends on the kind of person you are, would be to have an independent report carried out on the product to assess what the problem is and to give you a professional judgment as to how long this product should have lasted for, and then to go back to Amazon and to suggest to them that unless they are prepared to offer a more reasonable solution to the problem, you'll be left with no alternative but to begin small claims court action. Now, I just wanted to catch up with you and find out where we're at, because I'm just wondering whether we might be potentially heading down a bit of a dead end with this. What's going on since you and I last spoke?
Right, a couple of things. I have spoken to the manufacturer, particularly with the regard of the typical average life that Amazon were quoting. And they are saying Amazon are, well, they've said, they've used quite strong words, but I'm not going to say that on the radio, but they have said that Amazon are not right with what they're saying there. Okay, well,
that's very useful as long as the manufacturer is prepared to put that in writing.
I've got it in writing and I've sent you a copy.
Oh, my word, hang on a minute. When did you send me this?
You on Wednesday.
Wednesday of last week? Okay,
yes.
Let me ask my team if they can search down that email, because I haven't seen that email, so that would be very useful. So the manufacturer has confirmed to you that this product should have lasted longer than it has?
They are saying that what Amazon are saying with regard to the 28 months isn't right.
Okay. Well, that is potentially very helpful.
Okay.
So what have you done with that information? Because what you need to do, if you haven't done it already, is to go back to Amazon and to send a copy of that and to say, please find enclosed correspondence from such and such a company. They completely refute the suggestion from yourselves that this was an adequate amount of time for the product to last. I therefore put it to you, this product has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time, and under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, I would like to offer you a further opportunity to do the right thing and to resolve this.
I I've more or less done that to Amazon, back to their executive office. No response. So, no, I haven't heard anything from them.
Okay. Here's how we proceed then from here.
Yeah.
What you now need to do is you need to write a letter outlining your intentions to pursue Amazon through the Small Claims Court.
Yep, okay.
Okay. So what you need to do is you need to and do this as a letter, not as an email.
Yeah.
And you need to send it to the registered office for Amazon in the United Kingdom.
Okay.
Okay. And you need to say, further to my previous correspondence, for which I have not received a response, please find enclosed a copy from such and such a manufacturer, outlining that in their opinion it is unacceptable for their product to have only lasted for X amount of time.
Yep.
I've given you an opportunity to resolve the matter, and you have suggested on several occasions that you are not prepared to do anything to address the problem.
Okay.
I would therefore like to give you a further, and I think at this point now, 7 days. It's perfectly reasonable for a big company like Amazon to respond to you within 7 days. I would like to give you a further 7 days to either make a reasonable offer in terms of solving this problem that I'm having with the product that I purchased from you. If I do not hear anything from you, I will begin small claims court action. Please consider this letter an outline of my intentions to do so.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep, I'll do that, no problem.
And then what you need to do is you need to get that letter sent in a method that is going to be signed for. It used to be called recorded delivery. Every time I talk about it being recorded delivery, I get told by listeners that I'm a quaint old-fashioned thing, and that in fact the Royal Mail have changed the name of it. I think it's called Royal Mail signed for now.
Yeah, it's just so you get a proof of delivery, that's fine.
That's right, you need to just make sure. And then I guess we'll have to wait and see. Will they finally at that point respond? In which case, will they respond favourably, or will they say, yeah, okay, we'll try our luck in court, we'll see you there? And then if that is the case, you know, you have to make an assessment really in terms of whether that is then something that you are prepared to do and to take the risk, because whenever something goes to court, of course, you can always lose as well as win.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just looking, I've been sent this email now. I'm just looking at the response from the manufacturer. Good morning. Thank you for your reply. I'm afraid the retailer has misinformed you, as there is no stated average lifespan of the appliance. They then go on to say the lifespan of any product depends on a number of factors, such as how often the product is used, duration of use, and how it is set up and where the machine is stored. Due to these factors, it is impossible to suggest how long a machine would last. I mean, they're still not giving you anything particularly concrete, are they?
No, but it is rubbishing, for want of a better word, that Amazon are saying that the machine should only last 28 months.
Yes, it does seem to suggest that to state that, certainly as far as the manufacturer is concerned, is not something that they would stand by.
Yeah.
Look, I think you're going to have to send that over. Send it in a formal letter, and let's see if they then change their stance, okay?
Yeah, will do. Yeah,
all right, can you please keep me in the loop and let me know what happens?
No problem at all. Thanks, Jonathan.
Lovely. Thank you very much. And now, Richard came to me. He was telling me that he has some luxury bookshelves. He had these made and fitted for him in August 2018. He chose this particular company to build them for him because they'd given him an assurance of not only the furniture being very good quality, but also it lasting for a reasonable and long amount of time. They suggested that they were going to build the bookcase out of hardwood, and it would be given a tough diamond finish on the paintwork to make it extra durable. But unfortunately, it's an issue with the paintwork that he's had ever since it was installed.
There were a few accidental scratches and a couple of little gaps here and there they needed to fill, and they repainted those by hand. But when the paint dried, it was the same lovely dark blue colour, but not the same shade. They popped back 5 or maybe 6 times and repainted a bigger and bigger patch by hand. And each time they did it, they took the shelves off, and then when they put the shelves back on, they left more scratches and marks on the paint. And it was starting to look really awful by now. And then they sent a man all the way from London who was a specialist painter, and he repainted it. But when he repainted it, and we had a look at the finish, it was awful. There were lots of brush marks visible and even more scratches. And he said he was embarrassed by the quality of the work, and they promised me they'd send him round again. But then I suppose COVID hit, didn't it?
Yes, well, unfortunately, COVID has been a real delaying factor in getting this whole situation resolved. In fact, when Richard first came to my programme, I was only a boy. Now, when Richard and I converse, it's like last of the summer wine. Richard, hello to you. Thanks for coming back on the programme. This has been going on for ages. Ages and ages and ages.
4 lots of Christmas cards I've sent you now since this started.
well, I mean, we're both exaggerating just a little bit, but this has gone on for a very long time. Now, the guy that built you this furniture in the first place, to be fair, at no point has he ever said he's not going to resolve the matter. He suggested that to start with, when you'd first made contact with him, you wanted the furniture to match some other woodwork in the room, which I think is a wooden fire surround, and you wanted the colour to be the same. So he said that they'd use the same paint as that, but it would appear that particular paint in that particular finish had not necessarily been as hard-wearing as everyone would have liked. But he said what he was going to do instead was to organise for a specialist decorator to use one of those air spray machines where they spray the paint on, rather like in a car body shop, and it gives a very, very uniform finish, no brush marks whatsoever. And apparently the paint that they can use in those machines is exceptionally hard-wearing, which will be much more suitable for a bookshelf where you're going to be taking things on and off the shelf on a regular basis. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, that's where things have gone very slowly, because the company that is going to come and do this for you, he had suggested that he was going to come and do it about now, really, but they needed to organise the paint with you. And that's where there's been this real delay, because finally, when you and I last spoke, you were saying you've received a sample of what they say is the closest colour match they can get for that particular paint, but it wasn't really an ideal match. Now, I know things have changed a bit since we last spoke on the colour front. What's happening now, Richard?
Well, that's right, Jonathan. A little bit of progress, I think. Try not to fall off your chair. A little bit of progress. So I spoke to the gentleman, and he said he was getting another sample to me of some paint that he had colour matched, properly colour matched this time. The sample turned up. I had a good look at it against my fireplace, and it's really good. I mean, it's very similar, same colour, same sheen, same sort of, well, it's the same thing really. So I got back in touch and said, thank you very much, very exciting, would like to go ahead with this. And I'm just waiting to hear back as to when the sprayer can come. The only, I don't want to call it a fly in the ointment, but the only question in my mind is I then said, oh, and by the way, I'm assuming that this paint that you're using is much harder than the paint you originally had. And he dropped me a note back to say, it's harder, yes. So I don't know what that means. Hopefully it means it's really tough. But I'll try and clarify that with him. But otherwise, I think, Jonathan, in general, there's definitely some steps forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? Because, and I used to have in my flat where I lived before in St Albans, I had an alcove in my living room. And to be honest, it was crying out for a piece of furniture to be built into it. So I had a very nice unit, nothing quite as posh as your huge bookshelf, but I had a very nice unit built into this alcove that housed, at the time, CDs. And it had shelves on the top. And it was a really nice piece of furniture. And I painted that. I used a roller, and I painted it with what is considered to be a hard-wearing paint. But to be honest with you, it did still mark when things moved around on that shelf. I didn't have books on the shelf. I had kind of ornaments and pictures and things like that. And every time you would clean the shelves, dust the shelves and move stuff about, it would very often leave little marks. So, I mean, I guess we have to be realistic that there's no paint that will be 100% scratch proof.
No, okay, yeah, that's fair enough, isn't it?
Do you know what I mean?
That's fair enough.
I just think that your expectations for putting books on and off the shelf have to be relatively reasonable, that there is a chance the paint, no matter how hard it is, if you're scraping books on and off it, it is going to mark a bit.
Do you know what? I think that's actually a very good point. And so as long as it's harder and it's a reasonable hardness, I think I'm happy with that. Just one small detail though. So in previous times that they've tried to repaint this, one of the guys I spoke to said that the problem was that it's had so many layers of paint on it now. I mean, we're on like the seventh repaint or something. So many coats of different paint on it now. That even if the top surface is nice and hard, heavy things, because there's a TV on it in one place, may always sink into it and leave indentations or marks. And books sometimes can be quite heavy. So let's see how it goes. But I guess my point would be it has to be, a good finish, good enough for a bookshelf.
Yes, absolutely good enough for a bookshelf. But I wonder whether is there a way of you working with the furniture as well? So, for example, putting some of the books that you're more likely to be taking on and off on a slightly higher shelf, so any marking on the wood is not visible.
That's a good idea. Yeah, could definitely do that. Yeah, good idea. Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So the more static stuff is on the lower levels, and the stuff you're going to use more goes a bit higher. So if there is marking on the actual underside of the shelf where the books are sitting, you don't notice it so much. I think maybe that's something I would think about.
I'll keep my MP3s on the lower shelves.
Yeah, your MP3s. Yes, I know. I wonder what that unit is being used for now. I bet it's not CDs, that's for sure. Right, listen, Richard,
Jonathan,
please
thank you.
Keep me in the loop and we'll talk very soon. Liz came to me. She was telling me that she bought some tickets to see Westlife last year. She was very excited and she was ready to dance the night away, but unfortunately coronavirus ruined it all.
Obviously it didn't go ahead. I received an email to say they will automatically change it to this year, which was fine, not a problem. I've been trying to contact them through email and trying to phone them to say, or to find out if I need to do anything or if it's just automatically transferred over. And we've got the same seats and everything else.
Well, Liz wanted some reassurance that she was indeed going to get what she paid for. So I've been off to have a word with the company. They've come back hopefully with those words of reassurance, but let's find out, because Liz is back on the JVS show. Hello, Liz.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Hi. So when you tried to contact them, they just weren't responding?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I got in touch with them and they responded very quickly. They came back and they said that their customer service team have now been in touch with you and have given you all of the reassurance that you needed. Is that correct? What happened?
Yes, it is. I got an email Thursday night to say that I've got the same seats for the same day for this year. And I could have a refund if I wanted to, if the concert doesn't go ahead.
Right, okay, because they've come back and they've said in their email to me, they have said that you do indeed have exactly the same seats for the new show in August, and you don't need to worry because the tickets will be sent you closer to the time. Now, I would imagine, reading between the lines, Liz, that obviously they need to hold back the tickets until they know absolutely for definite that concert will take place, because let's be honest about it, we have no idea whether big events such as pop concerts are going to be able to go ahead this year. We hope they will, but we need to wait and see what happens. So are you prepared to kind of adopt that wait and see approach to all of this?
Definitely.
Okay, but with the reassurance that if you're able to go, you're definitely going to get the same seats.
Yes. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, well, listen, I'm very pleased with that response. I will thank the company very much indeed. I will thank them. If you have any other problems, do come back to me, Liz, won't you? Now, Robert came to me. He was telling me that he bought a smartwatch for his wife because she wanted to monitor her heart rate. Well, when this watch arrived, apparently it was much bigger than she was expecting. So Robert returned it to the company. They offered him a credit note, and he set about trying to get an exchange of watch instead.
I went to the company and asked about their returns policy, and they said it was store credit only. Well, that wasn't really a problem, so I thought I'd just exchange it for a black one. The one that my wife ordered was pink. I didn't much like that. We then had a bit of a confusion over the company name, and a few emails went back and forth. And then I returned a watch. I got proof of delivery from the post office, and I've heard nothing since.
Yeah, so at the moment, Robert has no watch, no credit note, no replacement, no refund. He's in a bit of a sticky situation, so he asked if I could go and contact the company and try and help him out. Well, that's exactly what I've been trying to do, but it's not gone very well. Robert's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Robert.
Hello.
Now, I must just ask, how on earth did you come across this company? I'd never heard of them before in my life.
No, I hadn't. It's online. My wife found it.
Right.
And it was I'm not just online.
Can I just offer a little bit of advice for you and for everyone else listening to my programme? Regular listeners will know, because they hear me banging on about this. The internet is a wonderful place. The internet opens up the whole world to you. But not everyone on the internet is someone that you want to do business with.
Yeah, I've learned that.
Yeah, so just because a company may have a smart-looking website does not mean that they are going to give you smart customer service if something goes wrong. And certainly where your particular complaint is concerned, I suspect that's the case with this particular company, because I've been off to speak to them and to give them an opportunity to provide a response. They have not responded at all. I've had nothing. No acknowledgement of my email. No assurance that I will get a response. Absolutely nothing. So
Right.
what to do? What to do? The company concerned is londonfinesse.co.uk. London Finesse. Now, I have no idea whether they are based in London or not, but certainly londonfinesse.co.uk regarding your particular watch do not appear to want to respond. You are entitled, as per what used to be known as distance selling regulations. Now they are known as consumer contracts regulations. You are within your rights when you purchase something from a UK-based internet company or a mail order company. You are within your rights in the first 14 days to reject the item if you decide you don't like it. And therefore, it's entirely under that particular bit of legislation that I have challenged the company and said that you were within your rights to return it and to, if possible, obtain a full refund. They don't appear to want to respond at all. So, what are you going to do about it? There are two things that you really can do now, Robert, to be honest. Can I just ask, how did you pay for it?
Credit card.
On a credit card. Have you spoken to your credit card company yet?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay. Well, I think that is probably the best course of action now. You need to contact your credit card company, and you need to ask your credit card company if you can please do a chargeback on the money that you paid londonfinesse.co.uk, which was an amount of £34.95, yeah?
That's right, yeah.
Now, the Consumer Credit Act of 1975, that is a piece of legislation, but that only covers you for purchases over and including £100. So
Yeah, I know
obviously
that, yeah.
you can't utilise that particular bit of legislation. But many credit card companies will allow you to use the industry-accepted chargeback scheme that banks stick to in order for you to be able to reclaim that money. So I would certainly advise best port of call is to contact the credit card company. explain the situation, explain that you returned the item. If you need to, you may well have to mention to them the Consumer Contracts Regulations. I don't know if you want to just take a note of that, Robert, just so you know what you're talking about when you call them.
Yeah.
The Consumer Contracts Regulations mean that because you hadn't been able to see the item in the flesh before you bought it, you are entitled to return the item and to request a full refund. And what you need to say to your credit card company is that you've tried to do just that, and londonfinesse.co.uk have not responded to you. Okay?
Right. Okay.
Now, if your credit card company, if they turn round to you and say, well, I'm afraid in this particular occasion we are not prepared to allow you to do a chargeback,
Right.
then the only further thing you would be able to do would be to take them to the small claims court.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Okay? But obviously when you're talking about 35 quid, whether or not it is worth doing that is something that only you would have to be, you would have to be up for it, because of course it's hassle. The chances are financially you won't really end up any better off once you've paid your court fees. So you would really be doing it more as a matter of principle than anything else.
They bank on that, these companies, don't they?
Well, I'm afraid this is why you have to be careful when you're buying stuff on the internet, because, if you buy things from good, reputable companies, good, reputable British companies that have been around for a long time, most of those companies, the reason they've been around for a long time is because they have long established good customer service that they offer to their clients. When you buy from a company you've never heard of on the internet, they might be good, they might not be. You're taking a bit of a gamble. And I don't know about you, Robert, but life's quite short. And you don't want to spend what life you have got arguing with companies over things like this, because it's just draining, isn't it?
It is. It's been going on for 4 months now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm quite sure you could do without this hassle of having to try and chase this company. So, that this is why I'm just saying be very, very careful, because I'm always amazed at people come to me all the time with problems because they've bought stuff from companies that, to be honest, no one's ever heard of. And when you say, well, how did you come across them? They say, well, I just found them on the internet. Well,
sure enough. Yeah.
Fine. But you are taking a big risk if you start dealing with people that you've never heard of on the internet. Robert, listen, can you please let me know how you get on with your credit card company? Fingers crossed they will agree to do a chargeback for you, and they'll go and argue it out with londonfinesse.co.uk on your behalf. Hello, Nick.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Nick. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, okay. You helped me once before with my daughter, and I'm hoping that you can give me some advice, or possibly help me once again.
I'll do my best.
Okay, my friend. It's about my 75-year-old mother-in-law. She's been living in a council house for a considerable amount of years, and she's got some substantial health problems. She suffered from rheumatoid arthritis, and about 3 years ago, she also had quite a serious problem with a bleed on the brain. So she's been shielding, like so many people, since last March when the outbreak and the lockdown began, and been keeping as safe as possible. But she does suffer from, as I say, from those problems. And we decided that she really did need her bedroom redecorating around about last September. So I offered to do this. I'd done one bedroom first, and then that was a very small bedroom. I came up and started to dismantle all the furniture, take that out because she was going to have to get some new stuff.
What was the you say you decided last year she needed to have her bedroom redecorated. What was wrong with it then?
It was just very some of the existing furniture. The doors needed replacing, and it was age was dictating that it was seen very shabby, and she was just really needed a change. We thought with the exam.
So it's for cosmetic reasons you decided that redecorating the bedroom is the right thing to do at that point.
Mostly, yeah. So So I dismantled all the furniture and started stripping the wallpaper, ready to redecorate it. As soon as I took one piece of wallpaper down, it brought down a lot of plaster. Of course, with one strip down, it was no point in leaving it, so I carried on and took all the paper off, and off every wall there was large amounts of plaster that came away with it. So we had to leave it like that. It obviously needed attention. I can do most do-it-yourself jobs, but plastering is not one of the things I would attempt. So she lives, as I say, she lives in a council house. She called the council, and they sent someone down last October. She called the council. The inspector took photos and said that this would need complete replastering, but due to the COVID, obviously, they have to wait till after Christmas.
Now, does she, just out of interest?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, this is an interesting one, because on one hand, if you just left her bedroom alone, the plaster wouldn't have come off the walls.
Exactly, yeah.
So on one hand, you can kind of say, you know, a bit like my old granddad used to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right, yeah.
Because when you start mucking about with things, that's when you cause more problems. So on one hand, you know, you caused the plaster to come off the wall.
Exactly,
But
yeah.
then I just wondered, is there something in her tenancy agreement that dictates that the decoration must be done on a regular basis, you know, something that we can use when we argue with the council as to why you decided to redecorate the bedroom last year for her?
I'm unaware of any rules to that extent. I mean, as I say, she's been living in this property for a considerable amount of years. I mean, a long time.
Yeah.
So I couldn't tell you that at the moment.
Was there a part of you last year where you thought, oh God, why did I start this?
No, I was quite okay with doing it. As soon as I took the one strip off and I saw a lump of plaster come away, you know, it wasn't anything that I'd done untoward. It was just the plaster was of a poor quality at this stage. You know, I'm not saying it wasn't put up right. It's just that it came away with taking the paper away. So there was no point in leaving it at that stage. I had to continue.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's why I went ahead and did. So I don't know if you've got any comment on.
No, I could imagine myself in that position, thinking I've done this with the best of intentions. And now I'm staring at a wall where all the plaster's coming off the wall, and I've now it's now a massive job, whereas originally it was supposed to just be a straightforward strip the wallpaper off and redecorate. Now it's a massive job. So I think for me personally, there would have been a point where I would think, why on earth have I started this? This is now going to be a headache, but there we go.
Well, I'd actually started, I didn't realise that obviously there was no indication when I started it that the plaster was going to come off, but there was any problem underneath the wallpaper. There was no damp coming through.
No, but unfortunately, I mean, sometimes, particularly with old properties, and you say your mother-in-law's been in this property for years, unfortunately, it is just the case, isn't it, that sometimes with old properties, when you start stripping wallpaper off, it takes all the blooming plaster off as well, and then you have to have the wall re-skimmed.
Yeah, it is what it is, and that's one asking for advice and seeing if what's going to.
So where are we with the council then? I presume the reason that you're on my programme is because all these months have passed and the council still haven't been out to come and replaster your mother-in-law's bedroom.
Yeah, well, as I say, we were told to wait till after Christmas, which she understood. She wasn't putting any pressure on them. And January came. She phoned for an update. And they said there's still no news. It's been referred to the contractors, the council contractors, and she said there's still no. She was told there's still no update and no news of when it could be done. She said, well, that's okay, fine. I shall wait. She phoned again in March and was told there's still no one to do it, and was told that by the contractors that the COVID is no longer an issue. It's just they haven't got the manpower to deal with it. So I called on her behalf last week, and it's the same old story. You're said, oh, can you phone back the council? And the council say, can you phone the contractors? And you're left hanging, and you're going from pillar to post, really. And she's just getting anxious now because there's still more bits of plaster periodically that's falling from the walls. So she's living sometimes in the dust or sleeping in a dusty environment, but she's getting anxious now. And now I don't know whether 5 months waiting in this COVID situation is unreasonable for the council or not. So I'm just fanning for your advice to what you think, if we should just carry on waiting, or whether I can't carry on with the decoration. I've even suggested getting our own plasterer and see if the council would pay, but obviously they haven't got the funds to do that. So
well, no, they may well turn around to you and say, well, hang on a minute, if you hadn't decided to start pulling all the wallpaper off the walls last year, then the plaster would still be stuck on the walls. So there is always the chance, and that was going to be my question, really. I mean, have the council said that they are happy to cover the full cost of replastering the bedroom?
Oh yes, they haven't said that cover. They just said that they will come and do it. It needs doing. Obviously, we will do it. I mean, there's other jobs that the council have got to do here, but that's not this issue. But they haven't said to her, oh well, we will come and do it when we're allowed or when COVID allows, and you will have to contribute X amount of money towards it. It's just a job that the council will do because she is a council tenant. So. Yeah. It's not down to her, I don't think...
No, but what's interesting, so decoration is not down to her. Decoration is not down to the council, that's down to her.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess what's interesting about this is whether the plastering of the walls, in the process of redecorating, does that constitute redecoration? Or does that constitute something more structural?
Well, my assessment, and I'm not an expert, this is why I'm asking for your advice, is that normally, if you was to redecorate and strip the wallpaper and do nothing untoward, but just strip the wallpaper in a normal fashion, the plaster should be of a reasonable quality underneath, and you wouldn't expect to replaster a room if you're redecorating just wallpapering.
What were you using to strip the wallpaper? A steamer?
Just a damp a cloth on it for a couple of minutes, and then use the stripper, the stripper. So there was no stress put on the plaster at all. Yeah. Unusual stress put on the plaster, so it came off.
Because I just remember when I moved into my flat in St Albans, it was like a museum from the 70s because the same chap had lived in the flat since it was first built. And it had wood chip wallpaper all over the walls.
Yeah, I know.
And so I got the steamer out and, started doing and as I started scraping this wood chip off, all the plaster was coming out in chunks, great chunks. I mean, in some parts, chunks of the plaster were exposing the brickwork underneath. It was going that deep.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, oh my God, this is... But within an hour of stripping the bedroom walls, it looked like a building site. It had gone from, and I had to get plasterers in. They had to come and completely reskim all the walls before I could start painting and doing all that kind of stuff. I mean, it was a nightmare, but it was obviously something that I'd instigated because I wanted to redecorate, and therefore it was something I had to pay for to put it right. Now, I guess the slight debate in all of this, and I'm not saying that I know the answer to this debate, but I guess you're talking about a local authority which has the power to utilise local people's money for the general good.
Right.
Now, what you're saying is that you decided to redecorate your mother-in-law's bedroom last year because it was looking a bit old and tired and shabby. Perfectly reasonable reason for redecorating a bedroom. In the process of doing that, all the plaster came off the walls. So now the walls need replastering. Is it fair and reasonable when the house wasn't falling down, there wasn't a leak, there wasn't a problem with, because the wallpaper was so old, it was all hanging off the walls, or it was purely aesthetics that caused your decision to redecorate the bedroom in the first place? Is it fair then to say to the local people in that town, everybody else now has to pay for the walls to be replastered?
This is what I'm finding for your advice on. I mean, there was no reason to expect the plaster to be off because, in actual fact, I had redecorated another room for her in an upstairs room, and done the same thing and taken the plaster off there in the same fashion, and there was no issue with the plaster. So it's just it's not something that you expect to encounter. So there is obviously some kind of problem with that plaster underneath the paper. So
and the plaster is probably old, and unfortunately, in the same way that I experienced with my flat. The adhesive from the wallpaper is obviously too strong or something, and combine that with the old plaster, and it just pulls the whole lot off in chunks, and you end up with a nightmare on your hands. Look, I tell you what I'll do. I'm not going to make you any promises at this stage, but what I will do is I will go and speak to the council and have a word with them, get a steer from them in terms of, are they prepared to organise the replastering of the walls? If they are, then can they just hurry up and get it done? If they actually are not very happy to do it, if they feel in the list of priorities that they're having to deal with for council tenants, this is a bit of a kind of self-made problem. Then obviously what they need to do is be direct and honest with you so that you can organise something else instead.
Can I just sorry,
yeah, go on.
Can I just the job has been authorised. I've been in touch with the contractors, the council contractors, and they've been onto their computer and told me it is been okay to do. So the council's so obviously it's not something that's hasn't been authorised or been done inappropriately. This job has been authorised by the council.
That's right. But the council may well turn around and say, look, we've got people in council properties here that have got bathrooms that are leaking. We've got people with dodgy electrics where there's a risk of people being electrocuted. We've got doors that are broken and won't unlock properly and people stand to get trapped in their house. Those are the priority jobs we are doing at the moment.
Yeah, gotcha.
Replastering for aesthetic reasons in a bedroom when there was no need to take the wallpaper off in the first place. It was only because of a desire to redecorate the bedroom and to have a freshen up. Is unfortunately going to go down the list in terms of priorities. I think they just need to be honest and have that conversation, because it sounds to me as if you're not being given very clear information as to where your mother-in-law is with this. And it's a bit frustrating. And I guess if they were to turn around to you and say, look, Nick, this is not a priority for us. We'll get it done, but it may well be at some point this year, before the end of this year, because we've got many other things we need to prioritise. At least at that point, you can then say, well, OK, shall we go ahead and get our own plasterer to do the room instead?
Yeah, this is what I wanted to find out from you, get an advice to think, are we being unreasonable, or are we trying to be reasonable? Is 6 months a reasonable time to wait? If that's what we've got to do and just wait, then that's fair enough.
I would feel if this was something that was completely out of yours and your mother-in-law's hands, for example, a shower had stopped working in the council property and the council weren't coming to sort it out, absolutely, I would be hammering on the phone to that council and saying, come on, you're the landlord, you need to get this sorted out. But I can see things from their perspective. We are in a difficult situation. We have for the last year been going through a global pandemic, which has meant that many people have been furloughed, people aren't working as much. There is a concern very much about going in and out of people's properties. And councils, I would imagine, have very strict criteria in terms of what they consider to be an emergency that would then warrant putting their tenants at risk. Your mother-in-law with underlying health problems, of men turning up in her house to replaster her walls. All of these things have to be factored in. So it's not a straightforward one. Look, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll pass you back to the team. We'll make some contact with the council. Tara, can we just get some detail? Can we just go and have a word with the council? And can we just ask them, what is their take on this? Are they prepared to do it? If so, when are they going to be able to do it? Can they give any idea on that so that we can all decide how to proceed?
How much longer? Because it can't be very nice for your mother-in-law having to live in a dusty room.
No, and I'm looking at the photos, and I mean, it looks like a room that desperately needs redecorating, doesn't it? So I absolutely get why why this job needs to be finished and why you feel as if your mother-in-law's in a bit of limbo. Let's see what we can do. I'll pass you back to Tara now.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you.
Hang on there, Nick. If you want to comment on that case, or if you have your own consumer nightmare, 08081 008800, that's the number to call.
Every Sunday evening from 8 on BBC Three Counties Radio, Would it do?
You know that comedians win now.
Evenings from 8.
And people are...
Put a smile on your face in these difficult C3 counties.
The A404 amateur.
Abbott signals fate referred to the Independent, leading a call to increase radio.
Now, Roy pays for cover with a utility company just in case anything goes wrong with his drains or the plumbing in his house. In October of last year, he called the company out because he got a problem with his close-coupled toilet.
Oh, yes, I have to take it apart. Got to put a new inside, the whole complete works in it. He expended quite a bit of time on it. Flushed it, and I said, OK, that's fine, that's very nice, thank you very much, and away he went. Well, a couple of days later, I had to get him back again because the flushing handle jammed up so you couldn't flush it properly. And then in February, I happened to notice there was water leaking down the back. It only leaked out when you flushed it. So they sent another plumber around from the same place, but not the same man, and he found that the cistern, where it bolts on and joins to the pan, it's got a big rubber donut in there, which is about 5 inches diameter and about ½ inch thick. So when you tighten it down, that pinches up. He said he found that when you tighten it up, it wouldn't pull down tight enough. This is the wrong donut, it's too thin. So anyway, I pulled the floor covering up, it soaked into the chipboard. The floor needs replacing.
Well, it's very frustrating. So Roy says all as a result of the first plumber not really doing the job properly, his bathroom floor is now destroyed because of this slow leak that has existed now for months and soaked all into the wood. Well, I went off to have a word with the company to try and get things sorted out. Roy's back on the JVS, you know. Hello, Roy.
Hello, Jonathan. All right.
Hi, Roy. Now, this is a British Gas policy that you had for your property. So I went off to have a word with them. They came back and said, we are really sorry for the issue that Roy's had. We're putting things right. We've spoken to him and we're arranging for repairs to his floor to take place. And we're pleased that he's happy with this. Now, indeed, when I spoke to you last, you were saying, yes, indeed, they'd come back, a complete change of heart. They'd said, yeah, OK, we take full responsibility for the floor. We'll get the whole lot of wood taken up. We'll put all new wood down and we'll put a nice new floor covering on the top of it as well, because we recognise that the first plumber did not do the job properly. So, last time you and I spoke, you were telling me that they'd indeed sent someone out who'd put nice new wood all down on the floor, and it now just needed a nice new floor covering to go on the top of it. What's happened since we last spoke, Roy?
Right, it's all done and finished. They finished it yesterday.
Great. And this was with This was with the lino they were going to put down?
That's right, yes, it looks really good.
Yeah? OK, lovely. So you're happy, it looks nice, it's finished, the toilet's not leaking, and you don't feel as if you're at risk of falling through the bathroom floor anymore?
No, that's correct, yes.
Good. Are you happy, Bunny?
Yeah, yes, I know. All I can say is whoever you got in touch with up there certainly pulled their finger out, because the gas people keep ringing me up saying, how's it going, how's it going, how's it going? So, yes, I am.
I only go to the top, Roy. I don't muck about. I only go to the top to get
I'll have
these.
to use you again, I can see that.
Well, listen, any other problems, you know where we are, and I will thank British Gas. Remember Philip? Philip came to me, he was telling me he bought a laptop a couple of years ago, and right in the middle of the pandemic, at the worst possible time, things started to go wrong with this laptop.
The forward-facing camera just stopped working. No fault of my own, it just packed up. So, you know, the camera you use for Zoom calls, that kind of thing, which everyone's using at the minute. Initially, I took it back into the manufacturer's store. I know that's not the right place to take it, but they've always been helpful before, and I just thought I'd go and ask the question, what was wrong with it? Could anything be done with it? And they told me nothing they could do, but to repair it, it was going to be £550 plus VAT, so £660. To repair it, because they need to take out the whole screen to get to the camera, which means replacing everything. Mm-hmm. And they advised I took it back to the high street retailer. which I did. Took it over to them. They said nothing they could do because it was out of its 2-year warranty.
Well, Philip knew his consumer rights. He knew that this camera had not lasted for a reasonable amount of time. If you're a new listener to my programme, let me just quickly explain the Consumer Rights Act. The Consumer Rights Act is a piece of legislation. Previously, it was known as the Sale of Goods Act 1979. It was changed in 2015 to become the Consumer Rights Act. The fundamentals, as far as you're concerned as a customer, as a consumer, are as follows. Any product you purchase from a retailer in the United Kingdom must be fit for purpose, must be of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, obviously, the amount of money you spend on something in the first place does come into that. For example, you can't expect a Nissan Micra to be the same quality as a Rolls-Royce, very obviously. But the point is, the product must last for a reasonable amount of time. And there is no cut-off after 12 months. So if ever a retailer says to you, oh, sorry, it's over a year old, there's nothing we can do, they are either ill-informed or they're trying to fob you off. So never allow that to happen. Unless you as a customer have damaged a product through misuse, then you should always argue with a retailer that tries to get rid of you. Now, that's exactly the point that Philip was making to this retailer. He said, look, I haven't damaged the camera. I haven't dropped this laptop. I haven't done anything to harm it at all. It just hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time. And who in their right mind would go out and spend a lot of money on a laptop if you knew that a couple of years later you were going to have to spend over £500 having a whole new camera put in it through no fault of your own? No one. And the law is on your side in that particular instance. And that's exactly what I went to explain to this retailer on Philip's behalf. Well, he's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Philip.
Jonathan.
This was not a cheap laptop, was it? How much did you spend on it?
No, it was £1,550.
That's right. So who on earth would go and spend 1,500 quid on a laptop if the camera is going to need replacing through no fault of your own within 2 years? Not me, that's for sure. And that's exactly what I went to argue to the retailer on your behalf. I said, look, unless Philips damaged it, why aren't you paying up? This is just not okay. Well, the retailer is John Lewis. And they came back with this response. They said, we apologise for the difficulty that Philip has had in seeking a repair for his Apple MacBook Pro. Having reviewed the report provided by Apple in more detail, we have assessed that it is unclear as to the reason for the product fault. We have therefore agreed to cover the cost of repair, as quoted by Apple, and are in the process of letting Philip know. Well, that's great. The slight problem was that came in earlier on this year, didn't it? When all of the shops, including the Apple shop, we thought were closed. Now, it's since come to light that the Apple repair shops, I don't know whether this was the case throughout or it's just something that's occurred recently, but the Apple repair shops had opened a couple of weeks ago. So you were going to make some inquiries and get it dropped off. What's the latest, Philip? What's happened since we spoke?
So I dropped it. I made an appointment and dropped it off last Thursday morning.
Great.
With Apple, and it's it's off being repaired now. They've had to send it away to get it fixed. During the time, it's actually dropped by £100 the cost of the repair. So John Lewis have saved themselves a bit of money by passing me around from department to department. So yeah, that's all paid for, and it should be back with me. Kind of, they said 10 days, so start next week, I guess.
Great. Well, so let's just hope that that it all comes back nice and soon. How are you coping without the computer in the meantime? Because, I mean, that's the problem, isn't it? For so many people's lives, cameras, Zoom calls, computers have become absolutely essential during this pandemic, even more essential than they were before.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, I'm all right. I mean, I use it kind of work, invoicing and quotes and stuff, so I've not been able to do any of that at the minute easily. But, you know, I can wait for people to pay me some money.
Oh, well, lucky old you. Right, well, let's keep in touch. Please let me know as soon as they give you a call to say, yeah, it's all fixed, ready for collection. And Philip, we're losing you. Well, listen, we got the bare essentials. Thank you very much indeed. Keep me in the loop. Louise ordered some bedroom furniture for her daughter's room. A small wardrobe, chest of drawers and a bed frame. But about 7 months later, she noticed a bit of a significant problem with this furniture.
It was a set, and the total was about £660. I mean, it was described as painted white, but it looked more like a kind of laminate top to it. But it was just peeling and cracking on all of the pieces of furniture, not just one piece. She doesn't have any drinks or food on them, and it's only cleaned down kind of with a damp duster. It's not used with bleach or anything like that. In January this year, so that's January 2021, I thought I must contact them before the furniture's a year old. She said because the furniture was nearly a year old, which I did find kind of strange, because surely it's either a year old or it's not. But because it was nearly a year old, she would want an engineer to come and see it, which was okay. She took all my details and said the engineer would contact me in 72 hours. So I waited a week and didn't get any call back. Well, I waited 2 weeks, actually, and got no call back.
Well, when Louise came to me, she was still waiting. And again, just to go back to the conversation I was having with Philip regarding your statutory rights, your consumer rights, this year-on business, it's a complete red herring. Don't ever allow a retailer to start saying to you, oh, it's over a year old, or oh, it's nearly a year old. You know, tell them that they don't know what they're talking about, because your rights as a customer do not have any kind of cut-off after a year. You are entitled to expect, in this case, furniture to last for a reasonable amount of time. And that's exactly what I went to argue to the retailer on Louise's behalf. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Louise.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Hello, Louise. Do you know how many years I have been arguing the same thing with retailers? Many years. Many years. You would like to think that everyone would have learnt by now. But the same thing seems to...
big retailers.
Yes, yeah, you would imagine. Now, to be fair to this particular retailer, they are Argos. When I speak to Argos regarding complaints, they are normally pretty good at getting things resolved. And indeed, in your instance, they were very, very helpful as well. They came back and they said, Louise's experience falls short of the standard our customers rightly expect. We've been in touch with Louise to apologise, and we've offered the option of replacing her daughter's bedroom furniture or arranging collection and a full refund. Louise has chosen for the items to be collected and to receive a full refund, which we're arranging. We're also providing a voucher as an additional gesture of goodwill, which was lovely. Now, that came through just over a month ago. Now, I know that when you and I spoke, you were saying that you were now going to go and order some furniture from another store. That's right. And actually, at the time, it sounded as if Argos were being exceptionally helpful, because they also said to you they were happy to leave the existing furniture until the new furniture was going to be delivered. So your daughter would not be left without, you know, wardrobes and drawers, etc., which was great. That's right. What's happened since we last spoke? I gather things haven't necessarily gone according to plan.
No, you see, you left me, and then it all went wrong again. There's been a few hiccups.
Well, I never leave people for good. I'm always here if you need me.
I know. And I've taken comfort from that. Each time there's been a hiccup, thinking it's okay, I've got Jonathan and the BBC are there. So, well, there were some hiccups just after I spoke to you, because then they were slightly quibbling about only giving a partial refund rather than a full refund. So that was ironed out. That was sorted out, but I was slightly annoyed. Because obviously that hadn't been the previous discussion. We arranged a date for the furniture to be collected. The initial contact had said to us that they would come and collect the furniture from the room of our choice. We then found out just a few days before the furniture was due to be collected that actually they wanted us to dismantle it all. So I wasn't best pleased that our Easter Sunday was spent dismantling, you know, all of this furniture, beds, wardrobes, everything, and storing it in the shed. The date was arranged then for the furniture to be collected, and that's fine. We were given the time when the driver was coming. The driver turned up, but it was just a chap on his own, and he was moaning about how it was too much furniture for him to take. So we had to help him load up the van and carry it all out to his lorry. He went, and then another Argos lorry turned up about 20 minutes later, and they said, we've come to collect the furniture. And I said, oh, gosh, well, who's taken this first lot of furniture then? Because I had asked him to give me proof that he'd taken it, and he said there was absolutely no way he could do that. It was fine. The first person from Argos was legitimate, but what Argos had arranged, and they hadn't told us, is that the first person was coming to take one part of the furniture, which would be deemed a one-man collection, which was a small chest of drawers, and the second lot of drivers that came later were to take the larger items, but they'd just forgotten to tell us that and hadn't told the delivery driver either, so he thought he was taking the lot. Anyway, it all went, and then when obviously they took the furniture back to the depot to process it, and my refund was due to be £600 and something, and when the first refund came through, it came through as £58. So I contacted the executive office who were dealing with it. Very, very luxury.
You should have come back to me at this point to tell me.
Do you think so?
Yeah, you should have done.
Okay.
You know, because
Okay.
I could have gone and chased it up. It sounds like you've had to do a whole load of work yourself.
Well, it is. Yes.
So anyway,
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
look, fast forward to where we are now, because I know as soon as I became aware of the fact that things were not going to plan, I've got back in touch with Argos. They've come back. They say our Careline team has been in touch with Louise. We've reassured her that the refund has been processed last week. It can take a few working days for this to register with the bank. So I'm hoping that you've had a more positive conversation with them now.
That's right, because last week, before I spoke to you, they said they'd come back to me in 48 hours about the refund, and they never came back to me, which is then when you spoke to them, there's been a flurry of activity, and last night when I checked my account, all the money had been refunded.
Oh,
so
thank goodness.
You very much. Big sigh of relief.
Okay, well, listen, I'm going to thank Argos. It took a while, but I will thank them very much indeed. Any other problems, Louise, you know where we are.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Jit. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Back in June 2018, I bought a electric lawnmower from a well-known DIY store. And the first year I didn't use it because I already had the old one. But back in 2019, I decided to open it up and start using it for the first time.
What, so you hadn't used it at all?
Well, yeah, from the first year I just left it in the box because I still had the old one.
But why did you buy a new one if you weren't going to use it?
It's just that, I just didn't have time to sort everything out because I had to assemble everything and all the rest of it.
Oh,
but
right.
that was a mistake. But I just left it in the box for about a year.
Well, it's always a good idea to try something when you buy it because it's much easier to return stuff straight after you've bought it than a year down the line. The first 6 months when you purchase something, you have more rights, and in fact the first 30 days you have many more rights, because if you buy a product and you find it's faulty, within the first 30 days you can return it and get a full refund. So it is important to try things when you first get them. But anyway, so this lawnmower you bought, when was it, in 2019?
No, actually I bought it in June 2018.
Oh, 18.
18, okay. Yeah. And I actually opened up the box the following year in around spring of 2019.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, I didn't use it for about a year. Well, it was in the box. I just didn't open it. And then, anyway, once I started using it, it was working fine back in summer 2019. It worked fine, no problem at all. And then, obviously, I packed after obviously autumn started and everything. I obviously put it back in the box, put it back in the shed, and that was the end of that. And it was fine. And then 2020, I obviously come summer in 2020, I opened it up again and started using it. First couple of times I used it in spring, it was fine, and then I think it was the third time when I started using it, the motor started slowing down a bit. It wasn't working 100%, so the motor started slowing down, and obviously the rotation of the blades slowed down a bit. But it did carry on working, so I continued to use it.
And were you making sure, because obviously this is a rotary mower, yeah?
Yeah, it's
it's a rotary mower, electric rotary mower.
Sometimes, particularly if you cut the grass when it's a bit wet, the grass can all clog together underneath the lawnmower. You were making sure the blades could move smoothly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I always made sure that the grass was dry before I started it. If it was wet, I didn't use it then.
Yeah, but when you noticed the motor was sounding a bit funny, did you kind of unplugged it and turned it upside down just to check and just to clean all the grass out?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I did do that. I did unplug it and have a look, but it was fine. There was nothing wrong. Nothing seemed to be wrong underneath the where the blades were. Nothing was stopping the blades from rotating. Mm-hmm. But the water, as I say, the motor was playing up a bit, but it slowed down a bit. But I carried on, and it was fine. Obviously, it wasn't 100% efficient.
When was that you noticed the problems with the motor last year?
Yeah, it was last year. That's when it started sort of slowing down and picking up again, slowing down, picking up again. So that's when the problem started last year.
Right, but that's the point that you need to go back to the retailer where you bought it from. Because it was clearly not working properly at that point. I mean, an electric motor on a mower should not be going up and down. So there was clearly something. If it wasn't clogged up with grass, there was clearly something wrong with it at that point.
Yes, that's right. Because it does have a grass collector, so everything was fine there. There's no clogging of grass, and I always make sure it was cleaned up as well after I've used it as well. But anyway, so
did you not? You didn't do anything about it last year. You didn't contact the retailer.
Yeah, what I actually did, I did do something about it last year. Later on, I think it was in autumn. I decided to phone up the manufacturer to let them know, see if they can help me with this problem that I had with the motor.
They might decide to do that as a favour. But you have no contract with the manufacturer, so they don't have to do anything for you.
All right, yeah. And they said they couldn't help me anymore because it passed the 12-month guarantee. So they couldn't help me. They said, but they did recommend some approved repair agents, which if I did decide to take it, I would have to pay for the cost of repair.
Okay. So what did the retailer have to say?
Oh, well, the retailer said that when I actually phoned them up, they could only help me because within the 30 days, and they said I have to contact the manufacturer after that.
No. Well, I mean, that's nonsense. Do you listen to my programme, Jet, or are you a new listener?
No, I do occasionally listen. I don't listen regularly, but I do listen to it, your program occasionally, okay. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you were a regular listener, you would know the old mantra off by heart. When you purchase a product, firstly, your contract is with the retailer. It's not with the manufacturer.
Right.
And when you purchase a product, it must be fit for purpose, must be of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. There is no such thing as a 30-day cut-off. There is no such thing as a 6-month cut-off or a 12-month cut-off. The retailer has a responsibility to you. Now, obviously at this stage, I don't know how much the lawnmower was. How much did you pay for it?
£75.
Okay. So, I mean, for 75 quid, it's going to be a fairly basic mower. I don't know, how big is your garden? How much grass have you got?
I would say it's medium-sized garden.
Well, what's medium-sized? I mean, how many square metres? How long does it take to cut the grass?
It took about I would estimate probably about 40 minutes.
Oh right, okay. Well, that's quite a big garden.
Yeah.
For 40 minutes of lawn mowing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And I mean, the problem that we have is that it wasn't a very expensive lawnmower, and it's now 18, 19, 20, 21. So this is year 3 that you've had the mower. Now you're telling me that you didn't use it for the first year. I don't disbelieve you, but obviously, there's no proof of that.
Yeah.
You've got quite a big garden. You say that last year you noticed the motor was going up and then down.
Yeah, that's the speed of the motor. That's right, yeah.
Right, but you didn't contact the retailer at that point?
No.
You carried on using it with the motor going up and down?
Yeah.
Okay. And now the retailer has said to you that they don't have any liability to you beyond 30 days from the date of purchase?
Yeah, I phoned them up this year to let them know, but they said that I have to contact the manufacturer.
Well, I mean, that's nonsense. And the retailer should know that. The manufacturer doesn't have any liability to you whatsoever. So it's not a case of trying to, pass the buck over to the manufacturer. Your only recourse is with the retailer. They've sold you a product. Now, the problem that I have is that what I need to be able to do is to feel confident in arguing to the retailer that you have used that product in a perfectly normal and reasonable way and haven't contributed to the damage to it, and that product has simply not turned out to be of reasonable quality, and therefore it's not lasted for a reasonable amount of time. Now, my concern is, I mean, you're telling me that you've checked all the grass underneath.
Yes.
But again, I have no guarantee that that's happened. If, for example, the underside of the mower had a lot of grass all stuck on around the blades, and if you carried on using it, even though the motor was struggling and was clearly struggling, you could have unknowingly led to the eventual destruction of the mower. Is it still working at all, or not?
No, it's not. It's not working anymore. It stopped working now.
Okay, so if the retailer was to turn around and say, well, look, we would like you to prove that this mower has suffered from a poor quality manufacturing component, and that's why it hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time. I'm just slightly concerned as to how we're going to prove that you haven't just used a mower on quite a big lawn, potentially in a situation last year where the mower had a lot of grass that was all stuck inside it, and the motor was clearly struggling over that. How do we prove that you haven't played a part in this mower not working now?
Well, I mean, this is a large lawnmower. It is suitable for, large gardens, and that's one of the reasons why I purchased it. But, I just don't know how else I can prove it. All I can say is that I was using it in the normal way, and obviously the motor has broken down now, and,
Okay,
I can't really say much else.
Look, let me just set out how I'm going to proceed then. We will go and have a word with with the retailer, and we will argue that under your statutory rights, this mower has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time and is clearly not of reasonable quality.
Yeah.
If they turn round and say, as they are entitled to, okay, that's fine, but the customer needs to prove it, you would then be in a situation where you would have to have somebody, a mower expert, have a look at this lawnmower and write a formal report as to what has caused the mower to stop working. Now, that report is likely to cost you money. It may even cost more than the mower in the first place.
Yeah.
At that point, if the report comes back and says, yes, we've had a look at this and the motor in this mower is of very poor quality, and therefore that's why it has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time, that's great. You would then be in a position where you're in quite a strong position to take the company to the small claims court for full reimbursement of not only either the cost of replacing or repairing the mower, but also the cost of having the report carried out. If, however, the report does not find in your favour, obviously that's a further cost to you. But I'm happy to proceed if you are confident that a report would definitely find that you'd used the mower in a perfectly normal and reasonable way.
Yes, as far as I know, as far as I'm concerned, I did, yes.
Okay, fine. Okay, leave it with us. Tara, can I pass it back? Can we get some detail and can we go and have a little word with this retailer? I have a sneaky feeling, I have a horrible feeling I might know who we're talking about, based on what Jit has told me so far. In which case, he's probably got a battle on his hands, but let's see how we get on. I'll pass him back.
You know I'm more optimistic than that. I know that you are often right.
Is it the company that I suspect it will be?
It might not be, actually. Do you want me to just write it on the screen so you can see it?
Yes, please.
And then let's hear the noise you make.
Yeah, you'll be able to tell. Oh, OK. No. All right, Jit, we might be able to help you with this. Hang on
Jit,
there.
it's a sunny day today.
It is a sunny day. Hang on there. I'm going to pass you back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. 08081 008800. That's a nice turn up for the books. I thought it might be somebody else, but it's not. It's a company that may well be more likely to solve the problem. It's the JVS show. It's BBC Three Counties Radio. Now, a couple of years ago, in November 2018, Dick purchased a very expensive AV amplifier.
It's a box of electronics. You connect to your Blu-ray DVD player, and you put lots of speakers on it, and the idea is to reproduce a cinema sound in your own home. 2 or 3 times a week I watch a movie. I paid £1,789 for it, and it's been great. I've had about 8 of these over the past 40-odd years and never had a problem with any of them. Anyway, switched this one on a few weeks ago, started smoking, so I turned it off. It was a 2-year warranty and it was 8 weeks out, but I thought, well, I'll contact the retailers. I contacted them, told them my problem, and they gave me an address of a repair centre that would look at it. So I wasn't too happy about that.
No, well, it's yet again one of those cases where I had to go and speak to the retailer and explain the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. They then changed their mind completely and said to Dick, OK, we'll get it fixed at no cost to you. Great. That's what they should be doing. This is a very expensive amplifier. Dick's back on the JVS show. Hello, Dick.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Dick. So they not only assured you that they were going to get the replacement parts in and get it all fixed and lovely jubbly, but they also gave you a loan amplifier to use in the meantime. What's happened since we last spoke, Dick? Any news?
Well, last week I had a phone call from them telling me that the parts for this amp had arrived and they would be fitting them this week.
Oh.
So I thought, well, great. And I don't know if you gave them a nudge, but yesterday I had a phone call offering me a brand new amplifier of a much higher spec for free.
Right.
So I jumped at it.
Yeah, you know why?
No,
Because,
tell me.
well, I mean, you don't have to be Mystic Meg to work this one out. So they put the new components that they'd ordered into this amplifier, and it still wasn't working properly. And they thought, do you know what? We are on a hiding to nothing here. This is not going to work properly. Let's just offer the customer something better instead. And I think that was very sensible. They're probably regretting that they didn't do that in the first place, because they've spent a whole load of time and probably money getting in different parts as well to try and get it fixed. So you've accepted the upgraded amp?
Yeah, it's coming tomorrow.
Brilliant. OK. Can you let me know as soon as it turns up, and we will give the company the fanfare and thank them very much indeed.
Yeah, and thank you for you and Laura and all your team. It's been a pleasure.
OK. Nicholas on the line. Hello, Nicholas.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Right. I had a collection of white goods replaced as part of an insurance claim. Now, the way the insurance company were dealing with it, or rather the loss adjuster, is they had the building firm that did a load of renovation work to the cottage supply all these goods. So the invoice goes to them. Now, when it came to getting the registration sorted out, they gave me all the information to do that, but they are holding all of the invoices until all of the insurance claim is settled, and then they will present that to me in a package. So who do I go to? Because I have a freezer, an under-counter jobby with a fan, and it was a bit noisy to start off with, but as it replaced a similar model that had the same problem, that went away with age once the fan or whatever got bedded in. But this has got worse now, and it sounds like a cross really between a drill and an outboard motor. It's really got quite noisy, and you can hear it above all the other appliances in the kitchen. So something needs to be done. So who do I go to? Because the receipt or the invoice, I think you've got a copy of it, mentions warranty period is 1 year. And obviously I don't want to go down that road. I want to use the Consumer Rights Act.
So well, this is an interesting one. So when were the white goods delivered to you?
Right. White goods were delivered on the 12th of November last year. So we are now up to month 5, and I thought with this 6-month deadline to do something about it, I'd better get in now quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I completely understand this is more complicated than, for example, if you'd gone to the retailer and had purchased something yourself and had the receipt for it to show proof of purchase. This is more complicated because ultimately you are not actually the customer of whoever bought the goods. Whoever bought and paid for the goods, and it sounds as if that's an insurance company, they ultimately are the customer of the retailer, of the supplier. Now, your contract, however, is with the insurance company because they are the ones that are providing you with these goods that are a replacement for what you had before that I presume were lost for some reason.
Well, the reason was the property was left empty and condensation and Lord knows what, because it was open to the elements, had its way with Lord knows how much in the cottage, and they had to renew a whole load of white goods because they were just damaged.
Yeah. So the insurance company, they have said that they will provide you with the invoices, but only when the whole claim has all been settled.
That's right.
Right. Okay. But I mean, look, as you will be aware, if you're a regular listener to my programme, I'm a big advocate of the Consumer Rights Act. It's very, very useful legislation to help people. But I don't think you necessarily need to utilise it, because if the product was only delivered to you in November of last year, then the product will come with a 1-year manufacturer's guarantee, and surely you can contact that manufacturer as indirectly the customer to ask them to address it under the terms of the warranty. Why would you need to? Why would you need to argue with the retailer that sold the freezer in the first place? I mean, it sounds to me as if what you need is an engineer from the manufacturer to come out and find out why it's making so much noise, and hopefully fix it.
Well, I'm pretty sure I know myself. But as it's so new, there's no way I'm getting my toolkit out to have a look at it.
No, but I mean, I would have thought this is fairly straightforward. I mean, if the machine is making too much noise, then maybe the motor's faulty. Maybe there's something catching on the motor. Who knows? But surely an engineer on behalf of the manufacturer can come and have a look at it and hopefully make an adjustment and everything will be sorted. And if that's the case, job done, yeah?
Yeah, well, so what? You maybe use the warranty claim?
Listen, I mean, the Consumer Rights Act is a fantastic piece of legislation when people are not getting anywhere, when they cannot get anything sorted. But to be honest, you need to pick your battles, and I don't think this is a battle that you necessarily need to pick. I mean, the simple fact is this freezer still comes under the manufacturer's warranty period. It's making a noise. Just get them to send an engineer out. If obviously down the line, if they come out and have a look at it and say, well, in our opinion, this is working perfectly well, then it's going to become a bit more complicated. But I think at this stage, let's give them an opportunity to see what's going wrong with it, because that would appear to be the simplest way of resolving the issue.
I don't think that would be a problem, though, really, because I've got experience of the same model earlier that never made any claim, and the manufacturer also do a similar sort of a variable for fridge freezer that you can either make a fridge or a freezer, and that uses the same fan network, and that's in the kitchen beside it, and that's just like a wisp of cold air. That's all you can hear.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be inclined to make life too complicated for yourself, to be honest.
Right.
Do you know who... Was there a particular reason you wanted to make the complaint directly to the retailer under the Consumer Rights Act rather than using the warranty?
Well, no, it's just that I thought with when I'm listening to other people on the programme that going down the warranty claim and getting bogged down by people saying, "Oh, we can't do it under that," or whatever, and then people having to resort to the Consumer Rights Act. I thought, well, do I go for that straight away or not? And from what you said, no.
Listen, there's no point in spending a whole load of effort and energy arguing with the retailer that you actually haven't got a contract with.
Yeah.
When you've got a product that's still under its 12-month manufacturer's warranty, you might as well get them to come out. Now, I think what will be interesting is what happens going forward. Because when the insurance company provides you with the paperwork for their supplier, I mean, I presume it will have their name on it rather than your name as the client.
It has. It actually nominates the director of the company.
Of the insurance company?
No, of the builders.
Okay, so the builder has bought the stuff. So
on behalf of the insurance company.
Okay, so the contract between the retailer, you know, the JVS Appliances or whoever it is, their contract is with the building company, not with you.
Yeah.
Your contract is with the insurance company. But
do I go maybe straight to the loss adjuster who is dealing with all of the insurance?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Basically, you have not got cover under the Consumer Rights Act in the normal way because you haven't bought the product. A building firm has bought the product on your behalf. So what I think I would be inclined to do is to go directly to the manufacturer and hope that they get it sorted. But to be honest, and we've encountered this once before with an insurance claim, your only port of call in the future will be to go to the insurance company that's arranged for the appliances for you. You're not going to be able to go directly to the retailer that sold a building company the products.
Right.
Okay.
Just hope that doesn't happen then.
Yeah, exactly. Let's hope it doesn't happen. I mean, if it does, come back to me and I'm more than happy to go and speak to the insurance company on your behalf. But I think at this stage, I don't think we need to make too much fuss about it, to be honest. Get the manufacturer out. Let's see what they do. Hopefully they'll be able to make this fan become quiet. Job done. Jeff purchased 2 separate single mattresses to become a Zip and Link super king size bed that he shares with his wife. Now, they did have a super king size before, but it was very, very heavy to turn. So they decided that if they were to swap it over for exactly the same make of mattress, but in 2 singles that zip up, that would be great. And it would be good for his back.
We were very, very happy with that. We got rid of it because it was very, very heavy, and they recommend you turn them every 2 or 3 months, over, backwards, sideways, and what are you? Because it had a hot and a cold side, summer and winter side. Mm-hmm. It just got too much. That was the only reason why we changed to 2 singles. When they arrived, the first night we used them, it was absolutely diabolical. They were changing their range. They were waiting for the new range to come in. But I said to the guy, look, providing they're from the same company and they're firm and the same as what I had last time, I'm happy just to go along with that. Personally, I would say that they were a medium to soft. I phoned up and said, look, I'm not happy with both these mattresses. She says, you got what you paid for. I said, no, hold on. I haven't got what I paid for because I don't think they're firm as they should be.
Now, this is a very interesting case. And let me just explain why I am particularly interested in it. Because Jeff has exactly the same kind of mattress that I have. I sleep on exactly the same kind of bed as Jeff. So I was very interested, and I've used this particular company many times for my beds, and I've always found them to be exceptionally comfortable. So I was very interested that Jeff had not found the new bed comfortable at all, and wanted to find out why. He's back on the JVS show. Hello, Jeff.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, the reason for this is that your super king size mattress that you had before, let's call it the JVS mattress. There is a new JVS mattress made by the same manufacturer with the same name. Trouble is, the JVS mattress has changed in its construction between when you had your original super king size mattress and when you then replace that super king size mattress with the two singles to turn it into a zip and link JVS mattress. And what's happened is, when you contacted the company and explained the situation and said, I want the JVS mattress but in two singles rather than super king, they've gone ahead and ordered it for you in the firm. But because the whole inside structure of the mattress has changed, you were ordering really a completely different mattress. And that's why when the new JVS mattress has turned up, it doesn't feel anything like the old JVS mattress. It feels softer, it feels less supportive. Now, whose fault is that? Well, in my opinion, it is the retailer's fault, because they should have offered you the advice at the point of sale. What they should have done when you got back in touch with them is to say, right, Jeff, the JVS mattress has actually changed since you bought your last one. So you're going to need to come into the store and try it out. Try the new one, because it is a different mattress. It's got different springs and it will feel a bit different. But they didn't do that, did they? They didn't offer you that advice. They just said, yeah, that's fine. We'll get that ordered. We'll get it out to you.
That's right. That's right.
So what, in effect, you've done now is you've now got two single mattresses that don't feel anything like your previous mattress, and you're not happy with it, particularly as you've spent a lot of money. These are good quality, handmade mattresses. They're not just mass-produced from some machine. They are handmade, and therefore you've spent a lot of money on them, and you're not happy because they're not supportive. So I went and had a word with the retailer. I also dropped the manufacturer an email, because this manufacturer, I'm quite sure, would not be happy that one of their customers was so unhappy with the service that they had received. They came back and said, as a family business operating for nearly 40 years, we have an excellent reputation in our local area with many satisfied customers. As duty of care at the point of sale, our salesperson did point out that this particular mattress was no longer available, but there was a new one. We did point out that the specification had changed, but we didn't have the new version on display in a firm tension. So we were reluctant to sell the mattress to him without him trying it first. Now, I know you completely refute that. That's not your recollection of what happened at all. You don't remember any conversation between you and the retailer where they talked to you about the mattress having changed at all.
That's correct.
They then went on to say that they'd sent someone out to inspect. And when they came out to inspect, they agreed as a goodwill gesture that they would replace one of the mattresses, but you were going to persuade your wife to keep hers. Well, again, I mean, you say that both of the mattresses are not comfortable. They're not the support that you were looking for. So the company then went on to say, as a gesture of goodwill, they were now prepared to replace both of those mattresses for you. But my advice to you, Jeff, was very much, wait until the shop reopens, which they were, I think, going to reopen on Monday of this week, and get yourself into the store and try the range, because they have changed. The range has changed, and you do need to try them to see what is a good support. Did you go in on Monday? How did you get on?
I did go in, Jonathan, yeah.
Okay.
To be honest with you, they haven't got a great deal of selection in there. They've got 4 or 5 beds in the Harrison range.
Okay, I didn't want any names on the programme.
Sorry, Jonathan. Sorry. They did have 4 or 5 beds in there, but the one the one that we tried was the firmest one that they've actually got on show, which again they've. I presume the manufacturers have changed this because you don't actually get a bed now like a single, a medium, a double, and what are you? You get a half bed, as I call it, a 4-foot bed, with half the bed is firm, and the other side of the bed is soft.
Well, that's for the display model in the shop. Yeah. So anyway, we laid on the firmest one, which, to be honest with you, wasn't bad. It was pretty good. It was, I would say, near as our old mattress. Okay.
So we were quite happy with that, and like I say, I had a good lay on them for about 20 minutes.
Was that a more expensive mattress or a less expensive mattress?
More expensive. We had to pay another. I think it was just over another 400 quid each. 400 quid.
Okay.
But if that's what it is, that's what it is. You know.
Yes, I mean the thing is when any bed company changes the range. But I think the complicating factor is they've kept the same name. So they've changed everything inside the mattress, really, although the name stays the same. You're looking at a completely different product. So it may well be that what you're now going for, what you've now chosen, is more of a like-for-like mattress in terms of what's the actual important component inside it.
Yeah. So, yeah, we were quite happy with that. I mean, it was a little bit awkward, Jonathan, to be honest with you, because...
Well, I'm not surprised.
Yeah. I mean, I spoke to the guy who actually I dealt with first of all, when I ordered the two mattresses first of all. He was absolutely brilliant. There's nothing wrong with him at all. He was fine.
Did he address the fact that when you came in originally... and you told them what you wanted, did he admit that he had not informed you that particular mattress had completely changed since you had your original one?
We didn't go down that road, Jonathan.
Okay, because that's what is central to this point. You know, this is absolutely what is central. I did exactly the same. I had a mattress with a certain name, lasted for 10 years. I loved it. It was so comfortable, really comfortable. Went back to the shop, said, I want to have one of those again, please. That was lovely. And the guy said to me, well, you need to come and try it because it's completely changed since your first one. The inside of it feels different. And sure enough, when I went into the shop, it felt like a completely different mattress. Yeah. But the point was, the professional advice from the retailer guided me through the process because I'm not, as a customer, expected to be an expert in beds and mattresses. You're not expected to be an expert. The retailer is. So what is absolutely central to this whole point is, did they advise you at the point of sale that this mattress had fundamentally changed? They say they did. You say they didn't. I wasn't there at the time, so I don't know. But it's for that reason that I'm not surprised it was an awkward experience.
It was very awkward. Like I say, the guy who originally we dealt with, he was fine. He didn't have a problem with it at all. He wasn't awkward. He was fine. But as I said, the director there that did come out to see me at my home, he was there. He didn't say nothing at all. He just blanked me completely, which I didn't have a problem with anyway at the end of the day. But in an ideal world, Jonathan, I would have liked my money back and gone somewhere else. But it wasn't to be. So, like I say, we were quite happy. We've chosen a couple of beds, mattresses, and they're as near as, and they're not far away from what we had, and we feel comfortable with them.
Right, okay. Well,
the only downside is 14 to 16 weeks delivery.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, yes. The beds are handmade, and I would imagine there's quite a backlog in terms of custom orders. I don't know whether the factory has still been open over the last few months. If it has been open, I would imagine it's been operating on slightly reduced numbers. So maybe that's why you have to wait. So yeah, a bit of time to wait, but I guess it will be worth it as long as those mattresses, when they turn up, are beautifully comfortable.
Yeah, it will be worth it, Jonathan. And like I say, I will obviously, when we get them and we've slept in them for a couple of nights, I'll let you know how we've got on.
Please do, and I'm going to keep everything crossed that you're happy, because if you're not happy with the new ones, and I would imagine this is probably what the retailer is particularly concerned about as well, Lord knows what's going to happen then.
I think they'll be fine, Jonathan. Like I say, they were a lot firmer. You know, when you sit on the bed, on the edge of the bed, you can feel the difference straight away from the mattress dropping down to feeling pretty solid. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Well, let's hope that it's comfy. Please keep me posted. Thank you to the retailer for organising all of that, and we will follow up and see how things go in probably a couple of months' time. Thank you very much indeed, Jeff. I need to talk to you about Jeremy, because Jeremy runs a dog boarding kennel with his wife. He was contacted by a new customer ahead of Christmas 2020. This guy wanted to leave his 2 large dogs with Jeremy while he went off to South Africa.
They were real bruisers of dogs. I don't think they were American bulldogs at all. I think they were what we call cane corsos. They had clipped ears and everything. They were the sort of dogs, if you saw them coming along the road, you'd be, ooh. After the New Year, a customer emailed from South Africa to say he needed to extend his holiday. Could we look after the dogs longer? Which I replied by email saying, yes, we could. He emailed his card details, and I kept him informed of the progress. I mean, the total price ended up as £1,762.44, yeah. Problem is, a few days later, we received letters from our card processing company. The customer was claiming a chargeback to his credit cards, and the reason given was they were fraudulent transactions, which basically means the customer wasn't putting his PIN number in. We've been doing this for 10 years, taking 10 payments a day, maybe over the phone, and we've never had a chargeback claim against us. My first reaction was to get in touch with the customer, actually. No reply. He's blocked us, actually, now, so we can't actually make contact with him.
Well, I don't believe this person that left his dogs with Jeremy. I don't believe that was his genuine name. I don't believe he was a genuine customer at all. It is my opinion that this man who left his dogs with Jeremy was a con man, and he has pulled a scam on Jeremy. Now, I don't use those words scam and con lightly, I can assure you. But having looked into this case, it would appear that's exactly what happened. And what concerns me is that this man clearly knew what he was doing. He clearly knew how to do this, how to put in a chargeback. Having made the payment in the way that he did, he knew that he was going to, in effect, have left his dogs for free with Jeremy. Well, it's not on. And I want to see that man held accountable. I want to see him caught. Because one thing is very sure in my mind. Criminals, people who commit crimes, do not tend to commit one-off crimes. They tend to, once they've worked out a nice little way of making money or saving themselves money, they tend to do the same thing over and over again. And what really concerns me is that this man may well be pulling similar scams on small businesses all over Beds, Herts and Bucks. He needs to be stopped. And that's exactly what I've been trying to do. Jeremy's back on the JVS. Hello, Jeremy.
Hello again.
Now, the company that you use for your card payments is a company called WorldPay. They came back, they said, thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide some context on this matter. As I'm sure you understand, they said, we cannot comment on specific customer cases. However, we of course sympathise with any customer facing a fraudulent transaction, and we work hard to help all of our customers avoid being left out of pocket. Within the customer operating instructions, which are provided to customers as part of their onboarding process, and also within our regular customer communications, we provide extensive advice and guidance on how merchants can help protect themselves from fraud. Within these guidelines, we provide specific guidance for processing higher risk remote transactions where the cardholder is not present, we recommend merchants be extra vigilant, ensuring card security and address verification details match, as well as making additional checks such as customer ID verification. Failure to do so may result in WorldPay being unable to defend the merchant from any subsequent chargeback as the result of fraudulent activity. The industry-wide procedures around chargebacks for fraud have been put in place by card issuers and card schemes to protect the consumer or the card holder. UK Finance is a great industry source of further information on this topic. So what is that in layman's terms? Well, what they're saying in effect is that because you took the card payments over the phone and didn't know the customer and didn't check the cardholder's details and identification, it has then left you vulnerable to this kind of fraud. Because, let's be honest about it, Jeremy, either the guy that left his dogs with you, that was his card that he used, or it might have been his girlfriend or partner's card, might have been a friend's card, or it may well have been a stolen card. But what has happened is whoever owns that card, on returning from the trip to South Africa, they've called their bank, they've said to their bank, I didn't leave my dog with this person, I've never had dealings with this is a fraudulent transaction. Their bank has been duty bound to give them all of the money back. In the meantime, you're left without anything. That's how this has happened, and that is how this particular person is probably going to do the same thing to other businesses as well. Now, the reason I'm just highlighting it for everyone listening to the programme is because I really hope that other businesses that use a card machine will learn from this experience to make sure that the same thing doesn't ever happen to them. So what can be done about it? Well, as you know, you've been liaising with Hertfordshire Police. I've been liaising with Hertfordshire Police as well. They tell me that they've been speaking to you, but really the essence from Hertfordshire Police is this is not something they can really deal with. It's something for action fraud. Would that be a fair analysis in terms of where you're at with the local police force?
That was our first response, yes. They took the details and then they said, no, this needs to go to action fraud.
Right. And has that, just out of interest, has that changed in terms of the response from Hertfordshire Police? Have they been more proactive or any more interested in terms of trying to help you since then?
No, they haven't. No. They need to be. They need to have the okay from action fraud to take the case forward. And that hasn't happened yet.
No, and I'm sensing that's not going to happen either, so frustratingly. I've been off to Action Fraud, as you know. They've come back with a response for today's programme. A spokesperson for Action Fraud said, fraud is a unique crime that can have a devastating impact on victims, both financially and emotionally. In an ideal world, every report would be investigated, but unfortunately this is just not possible. We take every report of fraud extremely seriously, but our resources are focused on the reports most likely to present an investigative opportunity for forces, and those that present the most threat and harm to the victim or victims concerned. Reports that aren't sent to a police force or other organisation for potential investigation are still vital in helping police develop intelligence and taking disruption activity to prevent other people from falling victim. By taking down websites, telephone numbers and email addresses linked to fraud. So, unfortunately, everything that we had been told was likely to happen from people listening to this programme who suggested, Action Fraud won't do much about it. They never seem to get involved in these kinds of cases. This case will be too small for Action Fraud. All of those kinds of things that people said that I was really hoping would not turn out to be true, unfortunately, seem to be exactly what Action Fraud has said.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that I think Action Fraud it probably is good at sort of nationwide type internet scams, that type of thing. But this is not one of those cases, unfortunately.
No, but do you honestly think this man did this to you, and has never done it to anyone else before, and has no intention of ever doing this to any other business owner?
No, you're right. That's definitely true. I think he is a fraudster. But the point is that we're stuck between two organisations who are equally saying we can't do anything. And I think Action Fraud is good at probably catching the sort of international criminal type cases, but not serious fraud. In other words, but this doesn't rate as serious fraud as they're concerned.
Well, it's serious fraud if you're a small business owner that has struggled throughout a pandemic trying to run a dog boarding kennels, and you end up being ripped off to the tune of £1,700 by someone who leaves his dog with you, gets you to look after his 2 dogs, and then doesn't pay you. I mean, it is significant, and this is what frustrates me. There are leads with all of this.
Well,
there
are leads. There are. That's what's very frustrating. That we have
it's infuriating. You've got, because you're pretty cunning, to be honest, and you took the microchip numbers for both of those dogs while they were in your care. Those microchip numbers, we know, are linked to the genuine owner of those dogs. Now, all it needs is for someone official, like the police, to do a trace on the microchip numbers, and they will be guided to the person who owns those dogs, who must have been the person who pulled this scam on you. Because why on earth would they leave somebody else's dogs with you and not pay?
That's it. So, what can we do? What's to be done?
Oh, well, I don't know is the answer. I mean, I'm hoping people listening to this programme might have some idea, because I just feel as if this is a terrible injustice. And I feel angry. I feel angry on your behalf, but I also feel angry on behalf of all the other small business owners that may in the future become this man's victim. He's not just pulled this scam on you. He knew what he was doing. The whole way that he got it planned, the whole way that he wasn't the one that dropped the dogs off, he organised for his so-called dog walker to drop the dogs off. So even if you'd had CCTV, you'd have no evidence of him being there that would later be able to link him to the crime. You know, he knew what he was doing. He knew how to work this chargeback scheme in order to defraud you out of £1,700. And he is not just going to stop there. He will do this again to other people. And the point is, the police surely could track him through the microchip number. They could track him through the microchip number. They could track him potentially through the other card payment for which there has not been a chargeback done. Could that be either his card or his partner's card, a genuine card?
Well, one thing I was just clarify one thing. Does the chargeback scheme only relate to payments over £100? Do you think? Is that part of the legislation?
No. For chargeback, no. For credit card, yes. But this was a chargeback claim, yeah?
Yes, it was, yes.
This wasn't a claim under the Consumer Credit Act?
Well, it was a chargeback under fraudulent sort of circumstances. That's correct. Yeah. So it is. So there's no limit at all. It could be £2.
Yeah. For chargeback claims, yeah, it's any amount.
Okay. Well, then that certainly is another dubious one. Either the person, the genuine cardholder, hasn't realised that £100 been scammed from them as well, or it's his card that he hasn't claimed back on. That's my take on it.
But either way, the dogs that you describe, the kind of dogs that they were, the fact that this guy has been so clever with what he's done, if they could just trace the microchip numbers, it will take them to that person who pulled this scam over you. And it may well be, once they start to look into him, they think, oh, of course, we should have known. because he's linked to this, he's linked to this, he's linked to this. Because are you honestly telling me that this guy who pulled this scam on you has never been in trouble with the police before? I don't believe a word of it. You know, this guy, I'm sure, will be known to the police. But it would appear that no one is prepared to actually just get the ball rolling. You've got Hertfordshire Police saying, well, we can't really do anything unless Action Fraud tell us to. Action Fraud are saying, well, we do with all these huge investigations and unfortunately, we can't possibly focus on the smaller investigations because we haven't got enough staff. Fine, I get that. But in the meantime, what sounds on the face of it to be a fairly small example of fraud, I hazard a guess, probably is quite a big example of fraud if you scratch beneath the surface.
I do have a family friend who's an ex-senior police detective in Hertfordshire Police, and he said that very often the police are just looking for the opportunity to have a search warrant on someone's property because they know very well this suspect is probably a crook, and they don't have enough evidence to actually get a warrant. But once you give them that little bit, like for example the chip number, that then gives them the opportunity to make a raid or make further inquiries. But the point is that this guy, you're correct, that's not his proper name, because I checked with the pet log register and the dog's registered with them. But when I said the name of this person, they said, no, that's not the correct name.
No, but they will have his correct name.
They will have the correct name. And if the police were only to do that very simple search, it took me 5 minutes to phone the number. And they were quite happy to talk to me. But once I gave an incorrect name, then they said, no, look, we can't disclose that information. You haven't given us the right name. But the police could do it. It just takes a detective to phone them up and do it. And they may well find, that guy. You're right. Okay, we'll go and search him out.
Oh yeah, we know him. He's very well known to us. There's a string of crimes that he's linked to, probably.
Yeah, that's
so.
It.
I mean, this is just so frustrating. Now look, I'm not going away. So. Action Fraud, I'm not going to conclude this case here. Hertfordshire Police, they know that I'm not going to conclude this case here. One way or another, we are going to find this man who has done this to you. And I consider it to be my duty to do that, not only to you, Jeremy, but to all of the other local business owners, because I promise you this is going to happen again. And I think it's just outrageous that we are where we are. Now, I know that you've contacted your local MP. I don't know if you've heard anything back from him yet in terms of whether he's heard anything from Action Fraud. The chances are he's probably going to come back with the same response that they've given to me.
No, well, he did say he would. I'm sure he will actually get back to me when he has heard from them, but he hasn't got back to me yet.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to do is I will go back. Action Fraud will hear this programme today if they're not listening already. I will go back to them and ask them if there is anything further they can do. All we need is just someone to try and track those numbers on the microchip. That's all we need.
That's correct. That's what I'm asking.
And the rest will fall into line. It's such a straightforward thing. Leave it with me.
Thank you.
I'll carry on trying to do my best, and we'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If anybody else listening to the programme, if you have any ideas, if you want to give me any off-the-record information, if you want to, all of your calls will be dealt with in the strictest confidence. Chat with Maureen. Do you remember Maureen? She was telling me that she has a camera. She loves to go out and take pictures of birds and other animals when she's out and about. Well, when she bought this camera, she also purchased some rather special lenses with it.
This February, one of the lenses stopped working. I had a search online for possible causes and found several examples of other people where they've had the same problem with this lens. This one I tend to use just around the house and in the garden. If I see something I want to take a picture of in the garden or, as I say, in the home. So it doesn't get taken out a lot. It's a zoom lens, and it also it flattens down quite. It's referred to as a pancake lens, so it flattens down so it doesn't stick out from the camera. Well, it's just stopped working. It doesn't basically speak to the camera at all. There's a blank screen. All the other lenses that I've got work perfectly fine with the cameras.
Well, Maureen's not happy about this. She says that she hasn't damaged the lens. She's used it in a perfectly reasonable way, and she doesn't believe it's lasted for a reasonable amount of time. So she complained to the retailer. The retailer apparently came out with that age-old classic, "Oh, it's out of warranty, there's nothing we can do." When Maureen argued, they eventually offered her £20 off a new lens. But she's not happy with that. And I can understand why. So I've been off to have a word with this camera retailer on Maureen's behalf. Let's find out what they've had to say, because Maureen's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Maureen.
Hello, Jonathan.
Was this shop expecting a call from me by any chance?
It's possible. I mean, I did mention I was going to get some advice, yes.
Okay. It's only that I encountered a bit of an attitude when I called.
Right.
Attitude that suggested that they were braced for my call. Now, I don't know whether they'd been listening to the programme but there was certainly an attitude that I encountered and a reluctance to have a conversation with me. What they instead said was that they would like to communicate by email, which is fine. And indeed, I sent them over an email. And to be fair, the response I've had back has a completely different tone to the tone that I encountered when I called them up. They've come back with the following. They say, "Thank you for your email. With GDPR in mind, I'm uncomfortable with discussing details or sharing sensitive information about our customers without their permission. With that in mind, I feel I must be brief. We don't know why the lens failed. It would take a manufacturer's diagnostic to find that out. Currently, all we know is that it is uneconomical to repair. We're happy to send out again to gain this diagnostic," they say. The items were purchased as part of a kit. The camera contributing £500 of the total to the kit. With the lens added to the cameras, its combined contribution only increases to £550 with the kit. We were initially asked to provide a completely different lens as a replacement. We were then asked for 2 lenses to replace one, including the different lens. We offered, I notice you're chuckling, you obviously don't agree with this. We offered more than £20 towards a replacement. We offered a similar lens, albeit second-hand. With permission, I could share more details, says this man. So let's just break this up. I mean, it's obvious that he feels he's offered you some things in the past and you're chuckling because either it's not quite like that or you don't recall having been offered what he's suggesting he's offered you.
No, I do not recognise that at all.
Okay. Well, okay, so did you ever ask for different lenses as a replacement?
No, at no stage. No, I made it very clear to him that I was not asking him to give me a new lens because I had already had just over 3 years' use and it would be unreasonable of me to ask that of him. And I said that on more than one occasion. I did, however, suggest to him, because he was suggesting a fixed lens which was going to cost £280, and he also showed me a zoom lens which was similar to the lens I already have, which was second-hand. It's not so compact. It's not quite as expensive, I don't think. I don't know what the original retail price would have been. But this second-hand one, which was £100. And I did suggest to him that would it be possible, could he consider that if I buy the fixed lens for £280 at the full price, he could give me the second-hand lens. I was rather hoping that maybe the second-hand lens would have only cost him £50, and maybe that anything I paid on the full price of the fixed lens, he wouldn't come out at a loss. He would maybe even come out a little on top. That's what I proposed to him, and that's the most I asked for of him.
Okay.
And as I'd mentioned to you before, it was at the most he would either give me, if I bought the second-hand lens, which was £100, he would give me my £10 repair fee back, or he would give me £20 off the fixed lens, so that would cost me £260, and he would also give me my £10 repair fee back. That actually was, looking at other well-known shops that sell the same lens, I could actually buy that lens for $229. So it seemed rather silly of me to take a £20 discount off him.
Right, so what do you want? Because I think with this man, we need to go back with something that you are looking for.
Yeah.
And I think what we need to do is we need to make it very clear that if he refuses to accept that, you will be left with no alternative but to have a full report carried out, if necessary by the manufacturer, and you will then pursue him through the small claims court.
Yeah.
So what would you accept from him?
Okay. Well, you put forward a figure last time because I'm happy to. I don't want to be unfair to him. I want what is reasonable under the circumstances. And you suggest as the lens that's now faulty retails currently at £380. You put forward £190 possible.
Yes, because you've had half the life that maybe you would expect to have. You would expect this lens to last for 6 years with normal, reasonable use, at least as a minimum. I mean, I'm sure that you would actually expect much longer out of a camera lens.
So, wouldn't you? Yeah.
I would certainly expect, unless I dropped it on the floor, I would certainly expect that lens to last for a very long time. But if we're looking at the bare minimum, you would expect it to last for at least 6 years. So the fact it's only lasted for 3 years before it stopped working through no fault of your own, that was how I came up with the figure of £190.
Yeah.
So is that what you would accept?
Yes, I certainly would. That was considerably more than I was asking from him.
Okay. Well, I tell you what we're going to do. I would like you to send him an email.
Yep.
Giving him permission to... I find this response a little bit odd because you're either going to talk to me under GDPR laws or you're not. It's a little bit odd that he says, because of GDPR laws, I'm only going to talk to you a little bit. I'm not going to tell you too much, but I'm going to tell you enough that, to be honest, if I hadn't got permission from the customer, I'd be breaking the law anyway. It seems a bit odd. But there we go. This is probably the first experience he's ever had with dealing with someone like me. So I'd like you to email him and just give him full permission to discuss this complaint with me.
Yep.
I will then drop him another email this afternoon. I will outline your proposed solution to this problem, and I will say, how would he like to proceed? Would he like to agree to that? Alternatively, you will begin the process of having the camera properly inspected, which will, of course, come at a cost, and you will then pursue him through the small claims court, not only for full reimbursement of the cost of that report, but also for the cost of replacement or a repair.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's lovely. Do you want me to copy you in on the email I sent to him?
Yes, please. If you could copy jvsshow@bbc.co.uk. Now, as I did mention to you last time, you sound like a very calm, nice person, Maureen. The relationship between you and this camera shop is going to be broken as a result of this.
Well, unfortunately, yes, he's... it's a shame I couldn't talk to him and we could come to... I would have been very flexible with him, It's a shame.
Yeah,
but never mind.
But I just need you to be braced for the fact that this guy is going to go off you big time.
He's not going to love me anymore.
No, he's not. No. I could sense that from the conversation I had with him last time. He's already gone right off you.
Yeah.
Okay. Maureen, we will talk very soon, okay?
All right, thank you very much.
Now, Sue's granddaughter has a laptop which proved to be absolutely vital for her lectures during lockdown. It was a very expensive laptop. It cost £2,160 and it was purchased in March of 2018. Well, unfortunately, she's got a big problem with this. It stopped working completely.
She was using it and the screen just went blank. So she thought, right, I'm going to get in touch with the manufacturer and they may be able to talk me through a couple of things. They were unable to help her, and they said that it sounds like it's the motherboard. She was then told by the manufacturer that that she should phone the retailer. And they came up with, well, it's out of warranty, 2 years warranty on that one. So she didn't quite know what to do, panicking because, I mean, she's at university, well, working remotely anyway, trying to get assignments done and lectures and stuff like that. So she took it into the manufacturer's service provider for a bit of a quote, find out whether they could fix it. £1,262.73.
Well, I mean, it's outrageous. And the simple fact is, as regular listeners to this programme will know, when you purchase any product, it must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, we've been speaking to the company to try and get this sorted out. Sue's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Sue.
Hello, good morning, Jonathan.
Hello, Sue. So I asked Tara to go off and speak to this retailer. What have they had to say, Tara?
Well, they did actually decide to do something about it quite quickly once Sue had got the independent report that was sent off to the company, and they looked at it again. And this retailer in question was John Lewis. They said that they were very sorry to hear about the difficulties that Sue's granddaughter had encountered with her laptop. They originally said that they wanted to prove inconclusively that the root cause of the fault was something that was already in the product. That independent report said that that was the case, and the company also agreed to pay back. There's about £140, £150, wasn't it, Sue, that your granddaughter had to pay to get all the information off her laptop so she could still do all the work that she'd been doing at university.
Yeah.
And they agreed to pay that
transfer
back.
Yes.
Yeah. So what we were waiting on was the final kind of invoice that you could send to them so that they could pay the money for the laptop repair. That was right, wasn't it?
That's right, yes.
And
it took weeks and weeks and weeks for this invoice to come through. The laptop was returned, which was brilliant, works. She absolutely loves her laptop. Back again, thank goodness.
Thank goodness.
But we received the invoice eventually on the 5th of April, and the estimated cost for the repair came right down. I know they have to do an estimated, and it's normally quite high, but this has now come down to £669. For the repair.
£669?
Yes.
Right.
Instead of over 1,000.
Still a lot of money.
It jolly well is.
Yes, if you've got to pay that bill, it's still a big bill.
I must say, they have been fabulous. They paid the data transfer reimbursement almost immediately, as soon as I sent them the invoice for that. And now they've got the £669 in their account as well. So right. I'm so thrilled.
Well, I'm delighted that it all seems to be sorted out. And the most important thing is your granddaughter is happy and she's able to carry on with all of her work.
And I'll tell you another thing. We did get an email from John Lewis, and and they apologised that it's been going on for so long. And they said, I hope she... what does she put here? I hope that you're looking forward to using your laptop again and getting back to your business studies course, and have a lovely rest of the day. Take care and keep safe.
Oh, that's
and
nice.
I thought, do you know what? They needn't have said that. I thought that was a lovely touch to put at the end of the email.
Yeah, well, it's nice. A human touch that makes all the difference, really, doesn't it? When
Human touch. And I really do thank you for all your help on the show, all your team. They've been absolutely remarkable. Really appreciate you.
Well, that's great. That makes us very, very happy indeed. Sue, we will thank John Lewis very much indeed. We will give them the fanfare. If you have any other problems, you know where we are.
We do. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay. All the best.
Bye.
Thank you, Tara, and thank you, John Lewis.
Another result.
If you have a consumer problem, we can do the same for you.
The JVS Show. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Hello, Maureen.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Maureen. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I will do that. My son gave me a prepaid gift card for my birthday. Quite visibly states on the front of the card that the expiry date is 0421. Being somebody that doesn't just go and spend something because I've got it to spend, I buy things when I need them. However, I realised it was running out of date and went to spend it, and there is no money on it.
Ah. Now, when you...
taken it all in charges.
Right, so hang on a second. First of all, when was your birthday?
This card was issued 2017.
2017?
Yeah.
Right, so you haven't used it for, 3.5, 4 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I don't spend money just because I need to spend it. I use it to buy things when I need them or when I want them.
Yeah, but are you honestly saying you haven't bought anything that you could have used this card for in the last 3.5, 4 years?
No.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm not working now, but I was working, and if I wanted anything, I would go and buy it.
Okay.
But then I realised that this card was running out of date and thought, I better do something about that. So I went to spend it online, and it kept getting rejected. So I rang the company and asked them, and they said, well, there's no money on it. Well, how come there's no money on it? Because I haven't spent anything. And apparently they charge you £2 a month every month you don't use it.
You're joking, really?
No, yeah.
Was your son aware of that?
Well, I don't think he could have been, because he would have told me. He knows me, obviously, and he knows I wouldn't have just gone and spent it because I needed to spend it. And when you look at a card and it says expiry date 0421,
yeah,
you're not going to turn the card round. Apparently, the clauses are on the back of the card and were on the packaging. Well, I haven't got the packaging because I took the card out of the packaging and put it in my purse with my other cards.
Yeah.
When you look at the back of the card, there are 5 lines, maybe, of very small print. And I actually had to take a picture of it, and you have the picture, I sent it to you, and enlarge it to read the information. And yes, they're right, it is on the back of the card.
Right, hang on a second. I've got this card. So the card looks like a credit card. It's that kind of... It's a prepaid, and it says, for you, prepaid, 50 quid.
Yes.
Expiry date 0421. Right, hang on a second.
Yes.
Let me just... I need to expand this so my eyesight's not as good as it was. Right.
No, mine's not that good. That's why I had to expand it.
It says here, this card is issued by... And then it gives a company there.
Yes.
The card remains the property of the company.
Yes.
And the loss of this card must be reported immediately, except where required by law. This card is not redeemable for cash, except where prohibited by law. A service fee of £2 per month will be applied to the remaining balance on the card beginning the 7th month from the date of purchase. Oh, I see. So you have 7 months to use it. And after the 7 months, they then start charging you the £2 a month.
Yes.
Purchase, use, or signing of card constitute acceptance of the terms in accompanying cardholder agreement. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So it does say on the card then that if you don't use it within the first 7 months, they then start charging you £2 a month.
Yeah, I'm not actually disputing that. What I'm saying is, without a magnifying glass or, that is not visible.
Yeah. I'm interested. I mean, I've never heard of this particular prepayment card before.
It's quite widely available in most supermarkets.
Okay. Let me just have a little look.
You know when you go into a supermarket and they have these stands with all, different gift cards?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, well, these are there.
Right. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. It says here, I don't know if you're aware of this, it says here, we would like to advise you, as of the 31st of July 2020, we will no longer be offering this gift card.
No, I wasn't aware. No.
We are sorry to advise you that your gift card will cease to work at that time, and we will be unable to renew your prepaid card.
Okay. Interesting.
What should I do with the card? Once you have used up the funds on your card, and certainly after the closure date, please cut your card through the magnetic strip. Once again, we regret having to bring this service to an end. We thank you for all your past business. It has been a pleasure serving you. Okay, well, that's very interesting. The reason I went onto their website was just because I wondered whether, when you actually buy the card, I wondered how much information you get at that point. Because, look, if your son was made well aware of the fact that you've got 7 months to use it, then surely what he would have said to you is,
he would have told me,
Mum, I've got you this card. Just be aware, you have to use it within 7 months. Otherwise, they start charging you and they start taking money off it. So, use it to buy yourself something you like, but do it in the next 6 or 7 months, because otherwise they're going to hit you. At least then that you can pass on that message. Whereas it sounds to me as if he wasn't aware of it, you weren't aware of it because you didn't read the tiny writing on the back of the card. I think this is an interesting one. Now, let's just start off with how you stand from a legal perspective. I don't think you have a leg to stand on.
Fine.
Okay. So I think the fact that they have put it in writing on the card, I think probably covers them in terms of being able to argue that you've had years to use this card, you haven't used it. It states on the back of it what you would plan to lose if you didn't use it within that time frame. Therefore, they probably covered themselves. But I am interested to know a little bit more about what's gone on with this company. I'd like to know why they're no longer offering the gift card. I'd like to know how easy it was for people to be aware of the fact that you had this 7-month window to use the card, because it's the kind of thing that would be given to people as a gift.
Yeah, definitely.
And many of us are given cards like this, or, gift vouchers or whatever it may be, and we put them in a drawer and we forget to use them for a while.
Exactly.
So it sounds to me as if the business model for this company was partly based on hoping that people would not bother to use it within the 7 months.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but yes, I do agree.
That sounds like it, doesn't it? They've factored in the fact that lots of people will be given the card, won't use it within the 7 months, then they get to claw the money back that was on that card. Yeah,
because in all honesty, Jonathan, if you have got a card in your purse, wallet, whatever, that says expiry date 0421, you're not going to scrutinise the tiny, tiny little writing on the back of the card.
No. And,
are you?
No, I accept that. The reason why I can't wholeheartedly say to you, this is outrageous the way this company's behaved, is I don't know what information was there at the point of sale.
No, absolutely.
And if it was made very clear to your son when he bought the card, but for whatever reason he didn't take any notice of it, or he didn't pass on the information, well, that's not the company's fault, that's his fault. Now, I don't know, because I wasn't there at the time.
No, I agree, but can I also say that I have actually purchased these particular cards as gifts? I have, for my daughters or whatever. Now, they have spent them, obviously. They've not run into this problem because they've probably gone out and spent them within the next couple of days. They're both young ladies with growing families, so they've spent them. So I haven't run into that problem, but I know that on point of purchase, there is no information other than what is on the packaging and on the back of the card.
Okay. Well, look, I promise you we're going to do some digging around. I think my advice to you would be, if you haven't already, brace yourself for the fact you've probably lost the 50 quid.
Oh, well, I have already. So
okay, good. Anything that we can get from the company will be it'll be a benefit. It'll be something you weren't expecting. But I think what I would certainly like from the company, and what I think you and everybody else listening to this programme is entitled to, is an explanation as to what's gone on. And I would like them to address the fact that it does seem as if a lot of people may not necessarily realise, based on the fact that the expiry date is the 4th 21, a lot of people will not realise that they must use it within 7 months of actually being given the card. Otherwise, all of the money will have been absorbed by their own fee system anyway.
Exactly.
Right, leave it with us. Tara. Now, Nick's 75-year-old mother-in-law lives in a council property. She's been shielding since last March because she has a number of health problems. Well, Nick said that he decided to be a good son-in-law and redecorate her bedroom as it was looking tired and shabby. But unfortunately, something happened that he certainly wasn't bargaining for.
I dismantled all the furniture and started stripping the wallpaper, ready to redecorate it. As soon as I took one piece of wallpaper down, it brought down a lot of plaster. So I carried on and took all the paper off, and off every wall there was large amounts of plaster that came away with it. She called the council, and they sent someone down last October. She called the council. The inspector took photos and said that this would need complete replastering, but due to the COVID, obviously, they have to wait till after Christmas. January came. She phoned for an update, and they said there's still no news. It's been referred to the contractors, the council contractors, and you're going from pillar to post, really. And she's just getting anxious now because there's still more bits of plaster periodically that's falling from the walls. So she's living sometimes in the dust or sleeping in a dusty environment, but she's getting anxious.
Well, what's interesting is Nick said that the work had been authorised, but for some reason it just hasn't happened, and that's what's so frustrating. Obviously, we all understand coronavirus may well have caused all kinds of delays in terms of getting contractors out. But if the company has actually authorised for the work to go ahead, surely there does come a point where they've actually got to get someone out there to come and do the replastering. Well, I went off to have a word with the council, and Nick is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Nick.
Hi, JVS.
Now, I was a bit worried when you first came to the programme in terms of just preempting what the council were likely to say. I was a bit worried that what they were going to say is, look, nobody made Nick redecorate the bedroom. And therefore, if he's decided to redecorate the bedroom and pull chunks of plaster off in the process, it is unfair and unreasonable that we're now being put on the spot and we've got to get plasterers out to come and put the room right. That was what I was worried they were going to say.
Yeah.
Now, I know you said, well, they've already authorised the work. So theoretically, that argument should not have existed. And I'm pleased to say the council have not raised that as an argument whatsoever. In fact, they've come back with a very short response, but I think it's short and sweet. The council concerned is Dacorum Borough Council, and they say, we apologise that this work was not carried out sooner. Nick's mother-in-law has now been contacted, and the work will be carried out next week.
That's correct, Jonathan. Yeah, I was surprised to hear how quickly it was progress was agreed. My mother-in-law, she got a phone call actually on the Tuesday afternoon, only a couple of hours after your programme finished, and they had agreed that someone was going to come next Tuesday and Wednesday, as you said, and then they would be replastering the bedroom during those 2 days. Then they'd have to leave it to dry, obviously, and then I think they would be coming back the week after just to finish it off, to paint it. And what we couldn't do in about 5-6 months, you and your magic team have accomplished in an hour. So I extend my thanks, and especially my mother-in-law's thanks to you and the team for achieving a magic result as usual. And as I say, I understand that the initial problem was caused by me, and I wouldn't have expected anything to be done if I'd have attacked it in a negligent way. But it's just stripping the walls, and so there must be something underlying, a problem underlying that needs to be addressed. So I'm just hopeful that in about 2 weeks' time, I can put all the furniture back and continue to finish her bedroom off, and she can go back to sleeping in that room.
Lovely. Well, that will be ideal. Have you decided on your colour yet?
She's got a rough idea, but it's because she started about 6 months ago, her choice might have changed by now. But I know she's got to go and choose some new furniture, because I've dismantled some of the furniture. But she just wants to be live in a bit of bit of normality that it's a bit of an upheaval at the moment. So we just extend our thanks for that.
Well, and I want to thank Dacorum Borough Council. I've got to be honest with you, Nick. There are some councils that we deal with on this programme who would probably not have been as helpful.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
Naming no names, but there are some councils covering Beds, Herts and Bucks that probably would have either not responded or left you in the lurch. Dacorum Borough Council, I want to thank very much indeed for getting this sorted, or at least assuring you that they are going to get it sorted. We will give them this. Half of the fanfare, they will get the rest as soon as everything's been sorted out. Can you please keep me in the loop?
I will do, Jonathan. Again, thank you from myself, and especially thanks from my mother-in-law. She's very grateful to you and the team.
It's an absolute pleasure. Gail purchased a king-size memory foam mattress back in 2017. It was lovely to start with, but unfortunately it hasn't lasted.
As time's gone on, it's become really, really hard, to the point that I've had to buy a new mattress because it became so hard and so uncomfortable that we just couldn't sleep on it. We were waking up and we were absolutely exhausted, and we were aching. And since we've got the new mattress, it's amazing. We're sleeping really well.
Well, Gail has already purchased a new mattress, so she doesn't necessarily want a replacement. But as the original mattress hasn't lasted very long, 3.5, 4 years, she feels that she's due a refund. Now, slightly complicated, and let me just reiterate why it's slightly complicated, because Gail's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Gail.
Hello.
Good morning. Slightly complicated because how much was this mattress?
£291, something like 38 pence.
And this is a king-size mattress, so it's quite a big mattress, and it's a mattress that you and your other half sleep on every night.
Yes.
Now, in the grand scheme of things, and I know we all have different budgets in terms of what we can afford to spend on things, but in the grand scheme of things, 290 odd quid for a king-size mattress is right down at the lower end of what you can spend. Now, the reason why that's relevant is that the Consumer Rights Act of 2015 does give you the right to expect that things will last for a reasonable amount of time, but the more money you spend on something, the better quality you are entitled to expect it to be, and the longer you should be entitled to expect it to last. Yeah. So we start to get, at this particular point, we start to get into a bit of a grey area where if the company were to turn around and say, well, look, it was only 290 odd quid, and this is a mattress that's slept on every single night, we therefore don't necessarily feel that it has failed in a short amount of time. It's then starting to just be a little more difficult to argue. However, I said, let me go and have a word with the company. Let's see how they want to play it. And to be honest with you, Gail, I was kind of braced for a bit of a battle.
Okay, yep.
But I'm hoping that the battle is not going to be necessary, because I sent them over all the detail and said I was investigating the complaint, etc., and what was their response. And they came back with the following. Let me just read this to you. It sounds on the face of it very helpful. They say, good afternoon, Jonathan. Thank you for your email. We are proactively working with the customer to review the product and then help them out once further assessment has been made. If there is a fault with the mattress, we need to identify any issues so we can resolve this for the customer. Sounded very positive. Sounded as if actually they're not slamming the door shut at all. They're quite open to the idea of helping. Have they been in touch?
They have, yes. So Monday evening, I received an email which I was actually quite shocked about, because they haven't been very helpful. And it said that they're going to... Oh, sorry, that's my puppy. They're going to get HomeServe to come round and assess the mattress.
Now, that's an independent company that would come out and do assessments on furniture items such as beds or mattresses.
Yes, and they deal with fridges, and we've had them before. So that's an independent person that will come out, or company, and assess the mattress. So the mattress has to go back on the bed on Monday morning, and then they'll come out and assess it, and hopefully see where we're coming from. But my husband did mention something after I spoke to you the other day, that apparently the mattresses have a 10-year guarantee, which I completely forgot about. So,
this particular mattress that you purchased came with a 10-year guarantee?
Apparently all their mattresses come with a 10-year guarantee.
Oh, okay, well that is useful, because if they're suggesting that their mattresses definitely should last for 10 years, then the concerns over how long it has lasted, to be honest, go out the window. You're perfectly within your rights to expect it to last for 10 years then. But the only thing I would say is there must be some terms and conditions to that. Because, I mean, for example, imagine you've got Mr. and Mrs. Enormous coming to buy a mattress. Imagine you've got a couple who both weigh 28 stone.
Yes.
And they come and buy a 200 quid mattress. I mean, to be honest with you, it's not going to last for 10 years, is it?
No. And before you spoke to them, to be honest with you, I got the impression that they would just delay me. They kept asking for more and more photos. We'd send the photos in, then they'd say it wasn't good enough. And this went on for a few months. So I'm sure there is terms and conditions. And I just hope that on Monday we can get some kind of resolution.
Well, I think what they're proposing now is really fair, because they seem to be now sending out an independent company to assess the mattress, to see if there's a problem with it, with a view to going from there, waiting and seeing what happens and then going from there. I don't think, to be honest, 3.5, 4 years down the line, I don't think you can ask for any fairer than that.
Okay. No.
So let's see what happens. Let's just hope that when the guy comes out and has a look at it, let's hope he instantly says, oh, yeah, this isn't right. But from what you were describing, I mean, he will say that, because you were saying that the foam has just solidified. It's gone rock hard.
Yes, I hope so. I really do. And he's more than welcome to lie on the bed and try and roll over, etc., and hopefully he'll get the same impression that I get and my husband gets.
The only thing I would say to you is, I know you'd put the mattress in the shed at the moment because you've gone out and bought a new one. It might be a good idea to bring it in before the morning, because you want it to be at room temperature, and you don't want any kind of, because what you don't want is for the guy to turn up and for any blame to be pointed in your direction. If he says, oh, well, the customer's been keeping this in a shed, and when I turned up, it was freezing cold, and it was impossible to judge what the foam was like. You don't want any of that. So I would bring it in and just put it inside at least the day before, so that it's nicely up to room temperature and there's no issue with temperature affecting the foam.
Okay, I will do. Thank you. I wouldn't have thought of that, so I will do, definitely.
Okay. All right. Well, look, let me know. So sorry, which day is he coming out? On Monday?
Monday morning.
Monday. Yes. Okay. Well, let's talk on Tuesday. Let's see how you get on. I'll ask the team to book you in for Tuesday of next week, and we'll find out how things have gone.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Okay. All the best. I'll talk to you next week. Thank you very much. It's the J. Miriam purchased a 4-door American-style fridge freezer. This was in the middle of 2018. It cost just under £900, but a few months down the line, Miriam noticed there was an issue with this fridge freezer.
Christmas time of 2018, I started to notice that the doors continuously closed at great speed. I found it very difficult to hold them open, to either wash the fridge or to load it with anything or to put anything in. I'd have to hold the doors open, literally, with my bar stools. They're both open now. That's them both closing. You wouldn't let a child go to the fridge to take something out?
Well, Miriam tried to contact the retailer and the manufacturer in early 2019, but she was getting nowhere. Eventually, she did get in contact with the manufacturer. They contacted her through social media, I think, and they put her in touch with a repair firm who said they'd come out at a cost of £180. Well, Miriam's not happy about this. She feels the fridge freezer doors are not functioning as they should. She's been into the store to check the display models in the store. They don't do the same thing. They don't slam shut very quickly. So she really feels as if this company need to come out at no cost to her and adjust the doors. That's what she's been trying to do for years now. Miriam's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Miriam.
Hello, Jonathan.
Now, I have been watching with great interest the video that you made demonstrating the fridge freezer door. I've got the video here. Do you mind if I play a little bit, Miriam? I know you didn't anticipate that this would be played on air.
Go on, I may become famous with it. Go
on. You've done a little...
I'm going to show you the speed of these doors close. So if I pick something up and put it here to put in the fridge, you open the fridge like this, I turn around to get the item, and then we are already at like this. There's no way that these doors are normal. If you stay in here to get something out, if you want to work, this is how it ends up. Now, if a child was to go anywhere near this fridge and do exactly what I did, it would knock them out.
Right, so you suggest that the doors would knock a child out, Miriam?
They would. I don't think they would knock them out, but they would hurt the child.
Yeah.
Because you've got bottles and you've got cartons in the pockets.
Yeah.
And they close at great speed. So, yeah, I think it would hurt a child.
Well, you can certainly see that the doors do shut quite quickly.
Yeah, you were trapped in there, weren't you, Miriam?
Yes.
Holding a small little tub of mixed grapes.
Although you were deliberately trapping yourself in your own fridge freezer door.
I was looking for the Pinot Grigio, to be honest.
Oh, I see. Well, we've all
get
been
it out quick enough.
We've all been trapped in the fridge trying to get that out. Now, I know Tara has been speaking to the retailer, and I gather there's been movement from the manufacturer and the retailer all at the same time. What's going on? Because it's good news.
Well,
it
what
is
happened?
Good news.
And this is
yesterday.
Oh, hang on a second. Let me just find out from Tara first what the retailer has had to say, because I know you can then fill us in terms of what the manufacturer is doing as well. What have the retailer had to say, Tara?
Well, initially I did get in touch with the manufacturer because they were the ones who finally got in touch via social media with Miriam just after Christmas. So I had trouble getting hold of them, and after a week or so they still hadn't got back to me. So I sent out a whole flurry of emails yesterday using lots of different email addresses, and at the same time, concerned I wouldn't get a response from them, I got in touch with the retailer as well.
They're not a manufacturer I've ever dealt with before. In fact, I've never even really heard of them before.
Well, I was pleased to see when I got back into the programme this morning, when I got into work, that I did have a response from the manufacturer towards the end of yesterday afternoon, and that also the retailer had been very quick to get in contact with me because I was able to forward, after a bit of technical shenanigery, that lovely little bit of footage that Miriam had sent me, which I have to say, Miriam, it's almost like a little bit of a show reel for one of those shopping channels. You do very well on them, I believe. And they got back to me really quickly to say that actually, you know, they did feel that they were going to work on this as soon as possible. And I was pleased when we spoke this morning to know that both the manufacturer and the retailer have now been in contact with you, Miriam.
Am I right in saying, Miriam, the retailer's offered to replace the fridge freezer, but actually you're going to give the manufacturer a chance to sort things first?
That's right. I had a phone call, first of all, from a representative of the manufacturer, and I explained everything to him, and he'd organised for an engineer to come out tomorrow. So we left it at that he would come out. He didn't mention costs to me, and I thought, well, I'm not going to mention costs because I'm not going to pay anything. I then, later in the afternoon, got a phone call from the retailers, and she had seen the video, and she was concerned that these doors were shutting at such a speed, and they offered to either refund me or exchange. But I think it's only fair that the manufacturers are given the opportunity to try and rectify it, because having been to the retailers, I don't like any of the four-door fridge freezers that they have. So I would like mine repaired, if it can be repaired.
Yeah.
So I think the first port of call is the manufacturers. Let them deal with it first.
It just depends, I guess, really, on whether the problem is with the hinges on the door and whether the company can either adjust the hinges that are in the fridge freezer now or replace them.
Yes, yes.
But of course it may well be that it transpires the item is made a long way away, and maybe the hinges come as an integral part of the fridge freezer and therefore no adjustments possible. But so when are they coming out?
They're coming out, the manufacturer engineer is coming out tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.
Great. Oh, 9 o'clock. OK, lovely.
Yes.
Can we catch up with you tomorrow then, after 11, just to find out how things have gone?
Yes, by all means.
Brilliant. OK. Well, it looks as if things are on the way to being resolved, and at least we know worst case scenario, which actually is pretty good case scenario, but worst case scenario, if the manufacturer can't fix it, the retailer's prepared to just swap the whole fridge freezer for you. I know that's not ideally what you want, but at least you've got that as an option.
Yes, very much so.
Let's just hope it doesn't come to that. And in the meantime, don't let any children near your fridge freezer in case they get, to quote you, knocked out.
I will. I'll set nobody near it, just myself and the Pinot Grigio.
Yeah, quite.
After so long of waiting for this, do you know what? I'm going to use a turn of phrase that Jonathan used just a few moments ago, Miriam, to describe how I will feel if you finally have some fridge doors that are working. I'm going to be thrilled skinny.
I can't believe you've never heard the expression thrilled skinny.
No.
Well,
I don't know that anyone else has
Well,
either.
we'll all be thrilled skinny, won't we, Miriam?
I've never heard it, so yeah, I'm sure we will be.
Well,
You're on your own, Jonathan.
You all need to get with the programme. Listen, we're not going to, okay, just that.
Oof.
Just that. I know.
tease.
They'll get the rest hopefully tomorrow when everything's sorted out.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well, thank you. Chris, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, well, early last year we booked a holiday to Corfu for May of that year. And it turned out, obviously, we had a first lockdown. And so consequently, the holiday was going to be cancelled. The holiday company sent me stuff through the internet, which I could sort of have alternatives, right? Well, one of them was transfer the money over to another holiday for this year. So my wife said, OK, well, let's do it. So we looked through their brochures and we picked a holiday to Tenerife.
This was a package holiday that you'd booked, yeah?
Yes, it was, yeah.
OK, fine.
And we paid a deposit of £120 to secure the holiday, and then went online with the company and hopefully transferred the money from the first holiday to the second. Well, that's what we hoped we'd done anyway. Anyway, you know what happened next, Jonathan, because this year the holiday was cancelled again. And it was, what was they? It was the 1st of March, that's right. They sent an email to say, if you don't book an hotel holiday, we're going to cancel your holiday on the 1st of March. And we'll refund you the full amount. Thinking, oh, well, that's okay. I don't plan to have another holiday this year anyway, so abroad anyway, so I'll accept that. Well, true to the word, they sent me £120, which is the deposit for the first holiday, but I haven't received anything else. And the sum I'm hoping to receive is £985.24.
Oh.
It quite clearly states in my account with this company that I have that amount, but they won't let me have it.
Right. Well, there's the slight confusion in my mind when you were telling the story there. You were making it sound, and I'm asking you this just to clarify things.
Of course.
You were making it sound as if you were left with the responsibility of having to carry your money over. But
yes, that's right.
But surely that should have been them. You should have had a conversation with them. You say, actually, I'm happy to go to Tenerife next year instead. Can we port over the £985? They say, yeah, that's fine. We can do all of that. But it sounds as if they just kind of sent you off and you booked something separately yourself.
Oh, that's the case, yes. You couldn't phone them and talk to them. It was totally impossible at the beginning of the last year. The lines were chock-a-blocked. In fact, I think they closed the lines down. I couldn't phone them and get through at all.
Right.
So I was resolved to do it on their internet. They have an internal communication system. It's like a link you get on and you can write an email and explain to them what you want to do. And I did that, quite concise. And I'm sure when I went on to the original account's holiday that it had been transferred.
Okay.
But it appears it's not the case.
So
but
what is it? It sounds...
Jonathan, it's
sorry.
in my account.
Okay, well, that was what I was going to ask you. It sounds to me as if you're able to log into your account and you're able to see a credit of £985.24.
Well, to be totally honest, Jonathan, it's £100 more than that because they give me last year they gave me £100 sweetener, so I was to book another holiday with them, which I did.
Okay, right. Well, if you've got that credit in the account, can you not either book another holiday for later this year with that, or carry that over again, or?
Oh, I could.
Right.
Yes, I could.
But you don't want to. You want your money back.
I don't want to. I've had quite enough of going on holiday abroad for the time being, to be honest with you. It's been such a debacle, and I just wanted to get the money back and then reset the brain and work out what we're going to do for next year.
Yeah, it depends, though. It depends on what you've agreed to, because I know some companies, when they gave people the opportunity last year to either carry over the credit or get a refund, once you'd made the decision to carry over the credit, that's what you are entitled to.
Oh.
So
okay.
It may well be that they will turn around and say, well, look, we gave Chris the opportunity of having his money back last year. He specifically said he wanted to keep it as a credit. We've got the credit. We're now not prepared to give the refund. But I think let's go and have a little chat with them. Let's see what they have to say. It's a lot of money. Yeah. And ideally, you'd like it back. Let's see what we can do. Tara, can I pass Chris back? Can we get some detail, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Step this way.
Chris, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back. We'll get that detail. We're going to have a word. OK.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Anne purchased an LED face mask, which apparently uses red light to rejuvenate her skin. Well, it's a bit of an odd contraption that apparently makes you look rather like a stormtrooper.
The one that I got has 7 different lights. That's why I liked it so much. It had a red light therapy. It had a purple, which is supposed to help repair all your cells and stuff in your face. It's supposed to be scientifically proved to work. So all around, it's supposed to be a great mask. It's a very light silicone type one with the LED lights inside. It has a cable with a clip. So if you want to, you can actually just put it on your face, clip it on, and if you need to do the washing up, do some stuff while your face is getting treated, you can do that. What's gone wrong is it seems to be, well, they've told me when I sent them a video that it's like the wiring in the cable has broken.
Well, Anne contacted this company. They said they were prepared to give her a new mask at a reduced price. But she's not happy with that. She says, no, hang on a minute. Why should I have to pay any more money? This has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time. And it's at that point they started to go a bit quiet on Anne. Well, I'd never heard of this kind of product before, and Anne assured me that the company she'd purchased it from was a reputable firm. Who are they and what have they had to say? Let's find out, because Anne's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Anne.
Hello, Jonathan. Hi.
How did you come across them?
On the internet.
Yeah. Did you notice on their website there's no address for them?
I thought there was. I thought it said the Netherlands.
I can't find. I have gone on the website and I've tried to navigate my way all the way around their website and I can't find an address. The first thing I would be looking for, and the reason why I'm pointing this out, is in the hope that other people will do this research before they purchase something that they find on the internet. A company that doesn't even have a British address, it's not necessarily a deal breaker, but I would certainly say that I would think twice before I was going to buy something from a company that has no address in Britain. Because obviously if you're buying a product from a company that's not based in the United Kingdom, you're not covered by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015 that covers you as a consumer purchasing from a British company. This company, it would appear, and when you look on their website, they seem to suggest that they are a company that specialises in the UK, Australia and USA market. The company concerned is AduroLEDmask.com. And as I say, when you click on Contact Us on their website, I've got their website now, there's no address whatsoever. If you click on Aduro UK, it starts telling me that there's some kind of issue with the privacy on the internet. And, it's just, I don't know, I was prepared to keep an open mind.
Yeah.
Until the company simply ignored my emails. Now, I've contacted them not only through their website, which seems to be the only way that you can contact them, but I've also used the email address that you'd been communicating with them on previously. I've made them aware of the fact that we're investigating this, and I've had no acknowledgement, no response whatsoever.
Oh, gosh.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, Aduro Mask LED or AduroLED.com, they certainly don't seem to want to respond to your complaint and the fact that you now have one of their masks that doesn't work properly.
Yeah.
So what can you do? Well, let's just run through what you can do. How much did you spend on this mask?
£285.
And when did you buy it?
May 2019.
Okay. I think the chances of you being able to take legal action against them are pretty much non-existent.
Uh-huh.
You say that they're based in the Netherlands, and indeed I've seen some of the information that you've got previously that you sent over that suggests a Netherlands address. What are you going to do? Sue them through the small claims court equivalent in the Netherlands? I mean,
we did purchase it through. I don't know if I can.
No, I don't want any other company names, please.
Okay, we purchased it through an actual site which are supposed to fix things if things go wrong as well. So maybe.
What? So you didn't actually purchase it directly from Aduro LED?
No, it was through a supplier that supplies for them.
Okay, well that gives me a glimmer of hope then. Why have you not been communicating with that company?
I just thought that we had to go to the supplier.
Yeah, but you've just told me the supplier is not Aduro LED.
No, they are the supplier. They supplied it, but we brought it.
Your contract.
When you said this to me, I just had like another. What it was, I've had another thought.
Right. Okay. Let's break it down to basics. Who took the £285? I don't want the name of a company if it's not Aduro LED.
I can tell you off air.
Okay. Is it a different company?
It's just because they were dealing with me. I thought I would go direct to them.
Right. Okay. Well, hang on.
If you send us proof of purchase, we'll.
All right. So the plot thickens. So your contract is not actually with Aduro LED. Your contract is with another retailer,
which is UK based. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's that company that you need to complain to.
Right.
Your contract is not.
When you said about.
Your contract is not with the supplier. Your contract is with the retailer that you paid the money to.
Okay.
So, all right, okay. Well, that changes things somewhat. It would still have been very nice if Aduro LED had responded to the email, and if they wanted to point out the fact that they had no contract with you, then they could have done that. They haven't taken that opportunity, but I would like to just set the record straight on this programme then. Your contract...
They were dealing with me, and they did say, just send us proof of your purchase, and I'll either replace it or repair it.
Okay, but if they're now not going to do anything about it, and it would appear they don't want to respond to me, they've offered you something that you're not happy with, and now they're not prepared to do any more, then your only further recourse would be against the retailer. Now, I was going to suggest to you that because you'd purchased this, I thought, from a company that's not based in the United Kingdom, taking them to the small claims court was going to be impossible.
Okay.
If you purchased it from a UK-based retailer, then there is still the glimmer of hope. But I think it's only fair that you give that retailer an opportunity to actually address the problem first.
Yeah, I just had a thought then when you were saying about it that,
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you go and speak to the retailer, explain the situation, explain the problem you're having, give them an opportunity to resolve it,
okay,
and let's take it from there. If they still turn around and say, well, we're not prepared to do anything either, then we can talk about where to go next. But certainly at this stage, you need to be taking it up with the company that took your money because your contract is with them.
Oh, okay. Okay, that sounds good.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, let's leave it there. You go and speak to the retailer and we'll take it from there. Certainly, we were given the impression that the money had been taken by Duro LED. I want to set the record straight. That's not the case, although they were the supplier. They've had an opportunity to respond to this complaint and they have not taken that opportunity.
Hello there, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I'd love some advice from you, please. So I've been living in my semi-detached house for 27 years, and I had new neighbours move in August last year. Seemed very pleasant enough, and bank holiday weekend we had a little bit of a bit of a festival kind of situation with some drum playing and some horn blowing, and I thought, oh, that's very strange. Nobody knocked, but I let it ride. And when I say drums, I don't mean Phil Collins drums. It was sit-down drums, kind of Bhangra, if you like. This drum playing carried on, and it reverberates through my property. October, it kind of stepped up a level with some singing and some cymbal playing and the drums getting louder. And I then knocked on the neighbour's door to say, look, your drum playing, I'm not sure what it's all about, but it's disturbing the quality of life in my property.
Now, when you say bank holiday, do you mean the Easter? Oh, in August of last year?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. So this has been going on quite some time. So
it's... and it stepped up a level.
Sorry. Before you skip on, when you knocked on the door and you had the conversation and said, "I'm not quite sure what this is about," I mean, presumably they're just having a sing-song.
Yes, and not singing as in the similar singing that you do on a Saturday morning. Bit different to that.
What do you mean? Just tell me what you mean.
Chanting. There's a chanting, and I can't hear the words. So,
it's almost like a spiritual noise.
Oh, okay, a spiritual noise.
Well,
right.
I don't know. I'm asking you. I mean, is it someone kind of
probably a little bit like that? Yes.
Right.
So it was November. I knocked on the door, and he said, "Yeah, I'm learning to play the drum." I said, that's fantastic, that's lovely, but I don't need to hear it. So we need to get some soundproofing in place. So I think he took offence to that and then started to highlight every time I made a noise, of which I retorted back with, well, the last time I used the garden was for my 50th birthday, and we brought the noise indoors at 9 o'clock, and I'm sorry if that disturbed you, but that was the last time I used my garden in September. It's now
So
November.
is he playing the drums in the garden?
No, he's playing it in his house, and he has no furniture. So he apparently likes the acoustics that the reverb gives. Unfortunately, I don't. And he. So.
Well, it sounds a bit odd. What? So the chap next door, and this guy next door, what is he renting, or is he own? Does he bought the house?
He's a new tenant. He's bought the house with his wife. So.
Right, but they haven't got any furniture because he likes the acoustics of it being echoey. How do you know that?
Because it's kind of escalated slightly.
Right.
So I've left it with I've gone to environmental health. Environmental health said, could you take diary sheets? I've taken diary sheets. They've written to him, and then every time that there's some drum playing, you have to phone the environmental health officer. So we've played a bit of a cat and mouse situation with the environmental health officer getting to the property in time to listen to the drum playing. And then we've subsequently had lockdown, so he hasn't been able to have friends round to all play drums together in the house. So, and
God, is that what he's been doing then? He had been having friends round to have drum sessions?
Yes.
Oh, God.
So it would be 3-4 hours on a Saturday evening, and look, I don't need to hear it. If that's your thing, that's lovely. I'm pleased that you've got a hobby, but I don't need to hear that when I'm sitting in my property and trying to enjoy that, but my weekend. So we've had environmental health. Environmental health has sent letters. Environmental health have also had sound equipment in my property and have taken 91 readings, but they don't deem it to be a nuisance. Whilst it is a nuisance, it's not a statutory nuisance. So there's a bit of a grey area there.
Oh, what? So they don't think actually it's loud enough?
No. So,
well, but is it because the thing is, when something can start to annoy you, it winds you up and you're more sensitive to it. Are you sure that this drumming that you're listening to, it hasn't just hit a point where you're so sensitive to it because it's so annoying to you that it's no louder than, for example, someone's TV on the other side of the wall would be?
No, it's not. It's so you can just be sitting. So, for example, Monday, we're sitting down for dinner at 6 o'clock. It starts for half an hour, and it's really, I don't need to hear this. I can hear it in my bedroom. I can hear it in the hallway. I can hear it when I walk in through the door. It's not necessarily takes a Saturday afternoon trip because that's when he's having his lesson. It can be Monday tea time. It can be Monday afternoon. It can be any sporadic time. So at the moment, we're quite fortunate at the fact that you can't mix houses, because I know with the velocity of the noise that we had for 3 weekends in October and November, that it felt like they were in my living room playing.
Yeah, but in some ways, surely that would be more helpful, because you'd be able to record more evidence of more noise, and the council would be able to mount more of a case against him.
Yes, I suppose.
So in some ways, I know it's not ideal, but I guess in some ways that would help the cause. So have you tried? I mean, look, with neighbourly disputes, very often they can escalate quite quickly, and once they escalate, that's when you've got the problem, because people then stop being reasonable. Have you tried resetting the relationship and saying, look, I feel as if things have got out of hand. I'm not a bad person. I'm sure you're not a bad person too. But, you know, you've got to understand this playing of the drums in a semi-detached property. It's not on.
Well, the police he contacted the police because, be it whether, I don't know whether things are kind of escalating. He's got a noisy shower. So the shower is now reverbing through my property. And he skips out in the garden at 7 o'clock on a Sunday morning. And I went out and I said, look, I'm not being funny. It's 7 o'clock on a Sunday morning. You know, could you do that at a more reasonable time of the day? So he videoed me and then phoned the police and said I was being aggressive and nasty. And the police said, well, she's not being aggressive and nasty. She's just really asking you to be a mindful neighbour, and you know that's not really reasonable at that time of the day. Come on, perhaps 8 o'clock. So when the police went to his property and he told them everything that had been going on, they said to him, well, could you play the drum for us? So he played the drum, and the police officer said, I'm not surprised your neighbour's upset. And when the police officer, it wasn't a police officer, it was a community support officer, knocked at my door, and we had the conversation, and she said, look, you know, I'm just here to really highlight everything that's gone on. I went, well, I know what's gone on, and it's really not a police issue, it's an environmental health issue. But thank you. No, I realised I wasn't aggressive in asking him to stop skipping under my bedroom window at 7 o'clock on a Sunday morning. I did ask him nicely. She said, and I said to her, has he got furniture in his property? I said, because I can hear him having a conversation. It feels like he's permanently moving out. She said, no, he hasn't got any furniture. I said, well, that it's very nice that you can live so minimalistically, but it's not normal living, because what cushions the noise in a property is your furniture, is your wall unit, is your carpet, is your coffee table. That deadens a lot of the noise that would otherwise travel to the house next door. For 27 years, Jonathan, I've lived there, and the previous family were a family of 4 with 2 small children. I mean, obviously I'd hear the children, but it's children noise, and you know that children aren't going to be children forever. They grow into adults. So, but the drumming is, I don't want to hear it. And now it's not every Saturday. It could be 2 or 3 times a week. It's yeah.
I mean,
I'm a little bit at my wit's end. To be honest.
I can tell that, and I can understand, because with neighbourly disputes, they can weigh you down and feel horrible. The only thing I'm slightly concerned about is, I mean, you say it sounds to me as if you've done everything right in terms of you've contacted the council. The council's then organised giving you recording equipment. You've recorded the neighbour, but the council have reviewed it, and they will have, I presume, looked at the amount of decibels being produced, and they obviously don't believe that whatever you've managed to capture as evidence is sufficient for them to be able to take any action against him. So that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Because if the noise is not really that loud, or certainly not being... Because recording equipment normally, if anything, it's more sensitive than your normal ear. I mean, I know, for example, being in this business, if I was to leave a microphone, one of our microphones, in your house, the chances are it would pick up many, many noises that normally you wouldn't notice. They're quite sensitive. So the fact that the recording equipment from the council is not picking the noise up that loud is not helpful.
No, and the other conversation, because so we had an incident on Saturday. I called it into Environmental Health. Environmental Health said, well, is the noise any louder than normal? Well, no, it's not. But the problem being is the Environmental Health officer, when they put in sound equipment in, they call it a livable room. Now, I don't necessarily live in my living room. I go to my living room the same as I go to my hallway. I go to my kitchen. I live all over my house. I don't live in one specific room, and that's how sound equipment is recorded in. They call it a livable room. They wouldn't put it in the hallway where it is quite echoey. Not echoey in my house. I've got underneath my stairs in my property.
Yeah, but that's surely because you don't spend much time in your hallway. I mean, your hallway is a room that you walk through in order to get somewhere, isn't it? So surely it would make most sense to put the recording equipment where you spend the majority of your time, which I would suggest is either in your living room or in your bedroom.
Yeah.
So...
No, I understand that, yeah, I suppose.
I mean, I'm more than happy to go and contact the council on your behalf and to add some weight to all of this. The problem I think we're all going to have is that if the evidence, if the recordings just don't back up your complaint, it doesn't help, does it? If there were very strong...
Yeah, and that's the other thing, is the police, when the community support officer spoke to him, and he said, I can do exactly what I like in my property. Well, no, that's right. You can do exactly what you like in your property, as long as it's not being inflicted on your neighbours. And so what you're saying is, in the summer, I will be having people round. Well, that's nice. That's great. That's what I have to look forward to. I mean, I have sent you through a snippet of what I put up with in October and November, and subsequently what I have to listen to on a weekly basis with the drum playing.
I gather we've had difficulty downloading that, so
that's a shame.
that is a problem. So I don't know if you can send that again.
Yeah.
But look, I tell you what I'll do. I'm not going to make you any guarantees at all on this, because neighbourly disputes can be difficult to resolve at the best of times. But if you haven't got any recording that backs up your case, then I think that's just going to make it even more difficult. And I would imagine the council are going to come back and say, we have tried to help Lisa. We have given her recording equipment. Unfortunately, the recordings she sent are not very bad. Where do we go from there? I mean, that's the problem, isn't it?
For houses to mix and for it to be...
Well, I think when he starts getting all of it, because from what you're saying, he then wants to get his friends round, and they're all going to sit round with drums together, and they're all going to be banging their drums together. That sounds like a right old, nightmare, to be honest.
Mm.
And that sounds as if...
I just wondered what was going on when I walked in through the door.
That sounds as if the recording equipment is likely to pick something up. And surely at that point, the council can then say, look, we've got recordings now. This is outrageous. You cannot be making this amount of noise in a semi-detached residential property where you've got neighbours on the other side of the wall. This is unacceptable. This breaches the law. And therefore, you know, you're going to be in trouble if you do it again. At least then it will help.
Yeah.
But look, I tell you what, Tara, can we get some detail? Can I please pass Lisa back? Can we get some detail? And
Absolutely.
I'll contact the council and just see what I can do. It sounds like a nightmare, Lisa. Have you thought about moving?
I need a nice big fat lottery win. So that would be nice. Yes. But I've lived there for 27. It's not a throw up house. It's a 1950s built house that I've had two lots of neighbours and never heard them. And now I've been gifted with this, which my son works away during the week, and he has said to me, I can hear that drumming in my head when I'm down on the south coast. It's bizarre.
But you need to be careful with that. But you do need to be careful with that, and you need to be careful saying things like that as well. Because, and I'll tell you why, it comes back to my earlier point. Sometimes if you get wound up by something, it can start to become a much bigger issue in your head than it is in reality. And if you're actually hearing the drumming noise when it's not even taking place, you know, that's not helpful in terms of making a case to the council, because they'll say, well, we think Lisa's just been very oversensitive about it. I mean, she's complaining about the drums when it's not even happening. You know, I understand the point you're making, but you do need to be a bit careful that it doesn't end up making you sound as if you're being really unreasonable. Let's see what we can do. We'll go and have a word with the council. We'll take it from there, yeah?
Yeah, thank you very much.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Now, Maggie purchased a telescopic ladder in 2018 at a cost of about 85 quid, but she was very disappointed recently in it.
I kept the ladder in the garage, used it possibly 2 or 3 times, and then in September 2020, my son-in-law used the ladder to access the roof space in the garage. As he climbed the ladder, a couple of the rungs literally gave way.
Oh,
my daughter and I were at the bottom, said it was no problem. I wrote to the company to advise them of the poor quality of the item. I would have expected it to be more robust and last for many years.
Well, Maggie has been left very disappointed with not only the ladder, but also the response from the company. They said that they'd give her £10 off if she spent more than £30 in their store. She didn't feel that was fair or reasonable, and I was inclined to agree with her, which is why I offered to go and have a word with the company on Maggie's behalf. Maggie's back on the JVS show. Hello, Maggie.
Good morning.
Good morning. Now, that's where the fun and games began. I'll be honest with you, I spent ages speaking to this company. On numerous occasions, it was driving me absolutely berserk. Every time I phoned them up, I would get through to someone who would either give me, at certain points, completely inaccurate information as per the Consumer Rights Act, or I would be promised I'd get a phone call back from someone in management. No phone call back came. In the end, having put in, I think, about 5 phone calls to this company, I got fed up. And I said, look, I am now fed up of phoning you. My responsibility to you is to be fair and to give you as a company a reasonable opportunity to respond to this complaint. I've now given you a reasonable opportunity, and I'm going to be highlighting who you are on my programme. Well, do you know what, Maggie? It was as if I'd just waved a magic wand. Next thing I know, I've got a phone call from a manager. Extremely helpful guy, completely different to all of the previous experiences, apologised for the fact that nobody had phoned me back, and said that apparently they use agency staff to answer their phones. Yeah. Well, I suggested maybe you might want to rethink that particular business strategy if they are the face of the business. He agreed with me and with you that this ladder was clearly not of reasonable quality. I mean, the ladder, you'd only used it about 6 times over the last few years. Your son-in-law, who was standing on the ladder, he's not a big bloke. It's not as if, he was 25, 30 stone and that's why he broke it. It was a perfectly reasonable weight, and he wasn't carrying anything heavy at the time that he was standing on the ladder either. So there's no way the rung should have given way. So he said, look, we will either replace the ladder for Maggie if she'd like, or we can give her money back. Well, after we had a chat, you said, I really don't feel confident in this company. I don't want to get another ladder from them. And I completely understood. So I went and spoke to this guy again. I said, Maggie doesn't want another ladder from you. She'd like her money back. She's going to go and buy a ladder from somewhere else. He promised that they were going to put a cheque in the post to you. What's happened since we last spoke, Maggie?
I received a cheque yesterday.
Oh, fantastic. For the full amount?
For the full amount.
Great. Have you banked it yet?
No. No, I haven't, but I will do.
Great. Okay. And what about a replacement ladder? Have you organised that yet, or have you been waiting for that money to turn up first?
I waited for the cheque, and once I'd got the cheque, I would then investigate where to next.
You haven't had cause to climb up anywhere recently?
No.
Well, listen, at least now you've got that money back, which is good. And I want to thank the company very much indeed for doing that. And let's just hope that your next ladder you have better experience with. I would certainly recommend that you go to a good, reputable DIY store or somewhere like that to buy the ladder. And if necessary, seek a bit of advice from whoever's in the shop as well, just to make sure that you're buying something that is going to be good quality. I mean, you're not a tradesperson, so it's not as if you need a ladder that's going to be used every day and therefore very robust. But you do need a ladder that, like me, you can shove in your shed, and when you get it out because you need to climb up somewhere, you can do so with confidence, knowing that the whole thing's not going to collapse underneath you.
Absolutely.
OK. Maggie, I will thank them. I will give them the fanfare. If you have any other problems, you know where we... To a case that I know lots of you have been following this week, Maureen came to me. She was telling me that she has a camera. She bought this camera with some lenses a few years ago. She loves the camera. She uses it to take pictures of birds and other animals when she's out and about. But now she's got a problem with one of the lenses.
This February, one of the lenses stopped working. I had a search online for possible causes and found several examples of other people where they've had the same problem with this lens. This one I tend to use just around the house and in the garden. If I see something I want to take a picture of in the garden or, as I say, in the home. So it doesn't get taken out a lot. It's a zoom lens, and it also it flattens down quite. It's referred to as a pancake lens, so it flattens down so it doesn't stick out from the camera. Well, it's just stopped working. It doesn't basically speak to the camera at all. There's a blank screen. All the other lenses that I've got work perfectly fine with the cameras.
Well, as regular listeners to my programme will know, whenever you purchase any product from a British retailer, you are entitled to expect, as per the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, you are entitled to expect that product will be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and will last for a reasonable amount of time. There is no cut-off after a year. You are entitled to expect a product to last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, I have no idea how long you would expect a camera lens to last for, but I know you wouldn't be happy if it only lasted for 3 years and then stopped working through no fault of your own. I mean, it's another matter if, for example, you've dropped the thing on the floor. That's your fault. But if you've used the lens in a perfectly reasonable way, you're not going to be happy about it only lasting for 3 years. And I think it's fair to say that you would expect at least 6 years' use, if not more, from that lens. So you can understand why Maureen was very unhappy when this retailer offered her about 20 quid off the price of a new camera lens. She thought that was very smelly indeed, and I'm inclined to agree with her. I went off to have a word with this man. I did warn Maureen, and you can tell from Maureen's voice she's a very calm, nice person. Aren't you, Maureen?
I am, yes.
Yes, I can tell from your voice oozes calmness and niceness. On the phone, when I'm dealing with a company, I often don't have a calm, nice voice. I am fairly blunt and forthright, and I did warn you that the chances are, if you had a lovely relationship with this camera shop, it was about to come to an end. And I suspect it probably has come to an end, to be honest with you. When I contacted the man who runs the camera shop, he didn't really want to talk to me. He didn't really want to have a conversation. And he suggested that I should email him instead. Now, to be fair, he has been very cooperative on email in terms of he suggested it was a little bit odd because he said that because of GDPR, he was a bit worried about talking to me, but then went on and gave me some information, but just not much. What we decided to do after our last conversation was to go back to him with a very clear and firm idea as to what you would accept. And what we decided was that you believe you've had half the use from this lens that you were expecting. You said that a replacement lens was going to be, what was it, £380? £380. So therefore, you would be prepared to accept £190 towards a replacement lens from him. So I went and put that to him. And to be honest with you, he came back straight away, didn't want to go into a long conversation. He's kept it fairly brief, but I gather he's come up with an offer that you are happy with. What's he said?
Yes, he said exactly that he would. He had another lens, exact replacement to the one I have, which he would sell me for £190.
Okay, so that's half the price then of the retail price that you'd seen for this lens.
Yes, that's
and
right.
Is that something you're happy with?
Very happy, yes.
So have you agreed to go in and sort it out?
I've been in and the lens was waiting for me on the counter.
Oh.
And I have paid the half price, £190 to him, and it's all sorted.
Now, how was it? How was the experience of going in?
It was all right. We were both very polite to each other.
Right.
Neither of us tried to engage each other in conversation, but we both said thank you in the appropriate places.
How very British! What a very British way of resolving it. Let's pretend we haven't had this moment of extreme awkwardness caused by that bolshy bloke at the BBC who's been on the phone to you.
You wasn't mentioned.
Okay. Well, there we go. Well, maybe you will be. I don't know. I mean, there are a variety of companies that I can't do business with anymore because over the years I've fallen out with them. So I'm fairly used to it. But there we go. Maybe this is the one shop that it might be best if you don't go in again. I don't know.
Yes, you're probably
Did you feel as if you would be welcome again or not?
Probably not. No.
Well, I did warn you. But at least you got your new lens, and at least it only cost £190.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. Thank you so much.
Shall I thank him?
Sorry? Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Good.
Yep, I'm very happy to thank him.
Okay.
And you did a much better deal for me than I was asking him from, and I'm thrilled to bits. Thank you so much.
Great stuff. Well, if you need someone to be bolshy again, you know where I am.
Thank you. You're very good.
Okay. All the best, Maureen, and to that particular gentleman who runs that camera shop. Miriam purchased a 4-door American-style fridge freezer. This was in the middle of 2018. It cost just under £900. But a few months down the line, Miriam noticed there was quite an issue with it.
Christmas time of 2018, I started to notice that the doors continuously closed at great speed. I found it very difficult to hold them open, to either wash the fridge or to load it with anything or to put anything in. I'd have to hold the doors open, literally, with my bar stools. They're both open now. That's them both closing. You wouldn't let a child go to the fridge to take something out.
Well, Miriam tried to contact the retailer and the manufacturer in early 2019, but wasn't getting anywhere. Eventually, she got in contact with the manufacturer. This was via social media, and they put her in touch with a repair firm who apparently were prepared to come out, but they wanted £180. Well, Miriam wasn't very happy with that. She feels that there's clearly something wrong with the doors, and that problem has existed pretty much from the beginning, and she doesn't see why she should have to pay anything. She's been into the store that sells this particular fridge freezer. She says the display model in the store doesn't do the same thing. So she wants this company to come and adjust the doors so they don't slam shut. Well, Miriam's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Miriam.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Now, Miriam, you sent a video of this fridge freezer doing its job with the doors slamming shut, and I watched that yesterday, and sure enough, I mean, you can see that the doors seem to have quite a vigorous closing action, and you did suggest in this video that if a child were to stand there at the fridge and the door were to shut on them, it could, to quote you, knock them out.
Now you know where to bring your children if you want them knocked out for the
I was going to
afternoon.
say, if anyone wants a nice quiet weekend, just send your kids to Miriam's fridge. Now look, in all seriousness, Tara's been speaking to the retailer and the manufacturer, and the retailer did offer to replace the fridge freezer for a different one. But you don't really want that because you really like this particular fridge freezer. It looks nice in your kitchen. It's the perfect size. You'd much prefer for someone to adjust the doors, yeah?
That's right.
So yesterday, Tara, the manufacturer was going out, I think, weren't they, to see what they could do, if anything, to the doors.
They were due to arrive at Miriam's house this morning at about 9 o'clock. And
What's
I hadn't
today?
realised, Miriam, how far this bloke was travelling from.
Yes, he came all the way down from Newcastle, 5.5 hours.
Oh, my
Came
word.
down last night and stayed overnight.
Really? What,
Yep.
just to adjust your doors?
Yep, just to come and have a look at our doors.
Right. Well, let's find out then. What happened? Has he had any success?
Well, he came dead on 9, and he was a little bit baffled at the doors. He measured it and levelled it and said everything's fine. So what he's done, he has, we had a plank of wood, the laminated wood flooring that when we had laid, left over. So he asked if he could put a piece of that at the back, on the back two wheels. So he's falsified the level, really, so it's tilting slightly forward. Now, the right-hand door, you can open it, but you have to find the right spot, and it will stay open. But the left-hand door doesn't. The left-hand door still swings shut. So when I said to him, well, if the right-hand door stays open, why doesn't the left-hand door? He didn't have an answer. He didn't have an answer. And I felt as though, as nice as he was, I felt that he had a 5.5-hour trip, and he kept mentioning that. He just wanted to leave and get away and get back. So I think I have the retailers coming back to me later this afternoon.
Yeah.
And I think my husband and I have to make a decision. We may have to go up to the shop over the weekend and see what we're going to do, because I can't live with the doors the way they are. And if you stand to the side of the fridge freezer, it's all leaning forward, where he's literally falsified the back. He's had to put a plank of wood, which isn't what you should do.
It doesn't sound as it. I mean, to be honest with you, it sounds a bit of a Heath Robinson attempt at
Yeah.
fixing it.
Yeah,
So-
I don't think he knew what to do. And,
No.
he should have maybe suggested changes to hinges on the left-hand door to see whether they could have been, rectified, or something could have been done so that the door didn't slam. But he didn't seem to grasp, and I said to him, but if the right-hand door stays open at a specific angle, why is the left-hand door still slamming? He couldn't answer that.
No. I mean, it's just not ideal, is it, really? Because
No.
it would have been nice if somewhere on the hinge system there was a screw or something that you could tighten up, and that then makes it more stiff, and it doesn't make the spring so vigorous. That would have been ideal, but obviously there isn't that kind of adjustment on the actual hinge part of the doors. So he's tried to sort the problem by readjusting the balance of the whole fridge freezer, but in the process it's now leaning forward and it's only working on one of the doors. It doesn't really sound ideal.
No.
Well,
no.
I think you're going to have to go for an alternative, aren't you?
I think so. I think my husband's just going to have to make do with another fridge freezer.
What is the problem? I mean, it's interesting because I've got an American style fridge freezer as well, but mine it's got 2 full-length doors rather than the 4 doors, 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom. Why did you want the 4 doors rather than the 2 doors?
I just like to have the space in the fridge. I like to lay things out so I can see them. We did have a 2-door fridge freezer. I always felt that I was putting things at the back and I didn't see it.
The bottom half is the freezer, obviously. We have 2 doors at the bottom, which are the freezer, so the 2 doors at the top are only the fridge. I just like the space it gave me for putting things, and being Italian, we do entertain, we do make lots of food, so it's nice to have a nice sized fridge. It just attracted me, and, you know, it wasn't something I was going to change, so that's why we spent a little bit more money. Can
you get another 4-door one?
I can, but it's the newer model, which will have the doors, when you close them, they are sort of like on a suction sort of effect, that when you push it to close, you have to literally push it, but they do stay open. But this is something I need to discuss with the retailers. That is what I see in the shop, that the doors stay open. Will they stay open when they come to the house and they're all levelled? This is something that I need to discuss with them on a serious note. But I think that's my only option, is to go down that route.
Well, Miriam, I am expecting to get a statement from both the manufacturer and the retailer by the end of play today. Also, a very quick question. We've never asked you this. Do the freezer doors work in the same way as the fridge doors at the top?
No. No, they stay open.
Why is that?
It is very weird. Right, OK, I tell you what. We will follow all of this up and we'll speak to you next week. Let's find out what the retailer is prepared to do and see if there's an alternative solution. And I'd be fascinated to know from the manufacturer why they haven't managed to adjust those doors. Why was this guy's idea of adjustment to shove a bit of wood under the back of it to try and rebalance it? It sounds very strange, and it sounds like a bit of a bodge, to be honest. Miriam, we'll talk to you again on this next week. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so at the start of March, a cousin of mine was getting married back home. That's in Senegal, right? So I decided.
Sorry, where is back home?
Senegal.
Senegal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I decided to send money to get her a gift. So what I did is I used one of these money transfer agencies to do so. So how it was going to work is I was going to obviously deposit the money to them, and then she would have the option to either go pick it up, that's as in cash, or the money would be transferred to a mobile wallet directly to her, so she wouldn't have to make any journey to go pick up that money, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So I picked up the second option because obviously I thought, well, if she's preparing a wedding, she'll be very busy. I chose that option, but I've never done it that way before, though I've used this service for quite a long time.
You've got to be very, very careful, though, when you're doing international transfers. You've got to be very careful and certainly, do your homework to make sure you don't get caught out and end up transferring the money via a company that then doesn't look after that money properly.
That's it. But to be honest, I've used this company for quite a long time. I've sent a lot of money via them, so I had no doubt that they're fiable and they do a good work because I've used them before. Even though this way I've used this time, this kind of transfer, it was the first time, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's no... Did you seek any advice from your bank? Because sometimes banks can organise a financial transfer from one country to another.
Well, they can, but obviously there's not much, what do I say, over there it's cash-based most times, so people need to have the cash in hand.
Okay.
Yeah, I do have my bank account linked to this company I've used, so anytime I make a transfer, they just get debit the money straight to my account, from my account.
So how much money were you transferring then for this friend's wedding?
I sent £200.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very generous of you. What's gone wrong?
So obviously, what happened normally is you send the money and then straight away when the person have time, they go pick it up, right? But according to them, well, from what I read at least, if you send it via this system that we use, which is the mobile wallet, the person received the money straight away. So when I did it, I called the person who's supposed to receive the money. I asked them, have you received this amount? They were like, oh, no. I was like, oh, what's going on? I looked into because I used the app for them. I looked in there and then they said the money is in transit. That was late at sometime at 9, so I couldn't call or email, nothing. So next day, what I did, I called and I was like, oh, hold on, I'll send this money, but the person is telling me they still haven't received it, though you guys telling me that it should be deposited straight away. they were like, oh, hold on, well, it would take about some 48 hours or something. I was like, well, that's not what it says on your website, or well, from what my understanding at least. But then I was to them, oh, okay, can I cancel it then so I can send it the normal way I used to do it so she can get it straight away? They were like, oh, no, you can't do it because the money. They started explaining things I didn't quite understand really. So I was like, okay, you know what? I took another £200. I sent it so that she can pick it up the regular way I used to do it. But that money she picked up straight away. She got it.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
So you ended up spending £400.
Yeah, £400. The one £200 though she did pick up, but that other £200 is still not being picked up, and I still don't know what's going on with it.
So where is that other £200? Where's it gone?
Well, I don't know. When I speak to them, they tell me to speak to the mobile wallet company, and then they should give me clarification about where the money is. So obviously I'm not in place. So I spoke to that person I sent it to. When they speak to this mobile wallet company, they say no, they haven't received nothing, and there's nothing they can do. So I fiddled about until I found a way to speak to them. When I spoke to them, they were like, oh, they have no. They can't tell me nothing about this. They have no, they only the company I used to send the money can give me clarification. So it's been going on around, like I said, since the start of March. I sent it on the 1st of March. I didn't receive, the money wasn't transferred. 2 days later, I sent the second £200. That was on the 4th, and she picked it up the same day. So it's been going on since the 1st of March, and still nothing been.
I presume your friend was very grateful to you. Does your friend know about the problem you've had with the other £200?
Well, obviously, she's helping me trying to get to get the money, because obviously
Right.
she's in place.
Yeah.
And the mobile company is from there. So the mobile wallet company is from there. So she would have access to them and chat to them. But anything, all she tells me is they say they haven't seen nothing and they don't know nothing about this really.
I don't want any company names, but who do you believe has caused the problem? Is it the money transfer company, or is it just that this mobile wallet company based in, from what you're telling me, in Senegal, is there a chance that they might be telling you porkies?
I can't say nothing at the moment, because the reason why I say that is when I speak to the company here, they do tell me that all the details I gave are all right. And they do tell me that the actual account is an account that's all right. So they wouldn't just tell me it's a valid account and then not know nothing about the money, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I wanted to say that it's the company over there that's in fault, but these lot over here, they are confirming that it's actually a good account. It's a valid account.
Well, this is all very peculiar. It sounds as if...
He is worrying. I mean,
yeah,
he is
well, I can
all over the
understand.
place.
£200 is a lot of money just to go missing into the ether.
That's true.
So we need to try and track it down and find out where it's gone. Tara, can I pass Chino back? Can we get a bit of detail and just try and trace where this £200 has gone? Someone's going to have to take responsibility for it. It's unfair that Chino's out of pocket.
Currently a little bit of a mystery.
Yeah, horrible. Okay, did your friend have a lovely wedding?
She did indeed. I saw the pictures. It was very beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, I presume you would ordinarily have gone, but I guess the virus stopped you travelling.
That's exactly right.
Oh, well, there we go. Well, I'm sure that you were there with her in spirit anyway, and certainly your £200 was with her, thank goodness. Lucky old her. Right, listen.
I was indeed.
Let's see if we can help you with the other £200. I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail, OK?
Thank you, Jonathan.
Hang on there, please. It's the JVS show. It's BBC Three Counties Radio. Right, let me quickly catch up with Michael. Because Michael came to me, he was telling me that he decided to treat himself to a vanilla and coconut candle in a black glass jar. It wasn't very expensive, it only cost £3. But, although he wasn't expecting the earth, he definitely wasn't expecting the candle to suddenly explode.
Burning away quite happily, noticed that the wick was going off centre. And I thought, well, I know it can happen, it can wander and come back in again. But this thing apparently just kept on going towards the edge of the glass. And it had been burning for, a few hours. So I went downstairs to make myself a cup of tea. And as I was walking back up the stairs, I heard what sounded like glass breaking. So I asked my son, I said, have you just dropped a glass? He said, no, Dad. I said, OK, no problem. So I walked into the bedroom, and as I turned around and looked at the TV, I noticed that half of the glass jar had just exploded all over my countertop, which this large lump of piece of glass, it's about, 3 inches by 4 inches. So almost half the glass is just blown away. It's only £3, but I'm more concerned that the fact is that it's exploded.
Yeah, well, Michael was just worried because he said, I feel as if they're not taking my concern seriously. And he was worried that this could happen to other people. I went off to have a word with the company. They are Poundland. They came back and said, we're extremely, obviously sorry that Michael's candle had this problem. However, we can confirm that we've had no other similar complaints. Our quality assurance team examined his photographs and believe the fact the candle was positioned on a slope caused by open drawers beneath resulted in uneven melting of the wax, which allowed the wick to drift to one side. We would urge people not to leave any candle unattended. Well, when I read that to Michael wasn't best pleased, I think it's safe to say, because he said he'd already dealt with this with Poundland. There was no way he'd left it on an uneven surface. It was on an even surface, and he says that actually if you look at the candle, if you cut the candle in half, which he'd done, you can see that as per the manufacturing process, the wick was not nicely lined up in the middle of the candle. It was down one side. So the flame would always have gone to one side where the glass was, thus causing the problem. Well, to cut a very long story short, Michael was getting this candle back to Poundland for them to investigate. They have had that now for several weeks, and I gather Michael has a small update from them. What's going on, Michael? What have they said? Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Basically, well, they did come back to me. Their quality assurance, and I'll put that in inverted commas, have basically said they can't work out. They can see that the candle wick has kicked off to one side, but they can't work out why, apart from the fact there's that big lump of wax in the middle, hard bullet shape. But what they said was they would, a very odd email actually, to be honest, they said that I have to go to my local store and they will reimburse me for the postage. And I said, why would I need to go to the local store? Surely that's something you should be sending through to me. Oh, we don't do cash refunds. I said, I don't want a cash refund. I said, I just want, you said to post it to you, you'd reimburse me. You didn't say the store was going to reimburse me. You said you'd reimburse me for the postage. I assume that they are going to reimburse me or refund me for the cost of the candle. But they've given me haven't given me any definitive amount. And they kind of said that they're running about 2 weeks behind. So it's kind of, I've left it in their court now. They've got all the stuff they need, but they kind of said they don't know why it burnt off to one side. And I sort of said, well, it's obvious. It's, I've cut the candle in half for you, so you can see what the problem is. But they are going to ping it back to the manufacturer just to get them to look into it.
Okay, all right. Well, that's a further step in the right direction, I guess. As long as the manufacturer is able to ascertain what might have gone wrong in the manufacturing process. And I would urge anybody else listening to the programme, as I've said before, if you have bought a candle from Poundland, and if you also have noticed that the flame is drifting to the very edge of the candle, so it's right up against the glass, therefore causing potentially the same problem, it would be very handy if you could please blow the candle out and save it for us to have a look at, because that's exactly what Michael is worried about, that this may well have happened to other people. Now, Poundland are saying they haven't had other similar complaints, so it may well just be a one-off. So in terms of this refund, you still don't know how you're going to get it?
I messaged them back and said that I was expecting you to be sending me some vouchers, and all I got was okay, pretty much. But they've not told me how much. I said, well, I'll leave it down to you, but you said you're at least going to reimburse me the cost of the postage, which is about £4.50. And what was the other thing? Oh, the cost of the candle. So I'm expecting at least £7.5, £8 back, roughly.
Right.
Minimum.
Although it should be said for anyone that might be saying 7 or 8 quid making all this fuss, it was never about the money, was it? This was about the principle of the issue, and this was about the safety of the safety issue concerned. Look, I tell you what, can you please keep me in the loop? Let me know if you haven't received your voucher or your full refund for all of your costs within the next week, then I will go and chase them. But fingers crossed that will all happen very soon. Keep me in the loop. And as I mentioned to everybody else listening to the programme, if you have bought a Poundland candle, if you notice that the flame is going to one side of it, please keep it, because it may well be very, very useful evidence.